Good morning, everybody. Hey, I didn't blow off anyone's eardrums. What do you know? Also still dark this morning. Alrighty, looks like we have not missed anything. Your knees hurt? Oh no, are you old? That sounds like a bad case of old-itis. It's terminal? Oh no. My voice blew your knees. So long as it's only blowing your knees and not any higher. Oh, gee. Too early in the day. This is what happens when I spend too much time with Ellie. The humor just, leaks out. Right? If we've got ourselves a Civ draft, yes we do. Let's go there. We are good to go. Oh no, not Franks. What would those draft strategies look like without Franks available? It is working again. Yeah, the Franks Radman band. You just want my food. Again. Admin bands? Well, there isn't enough space for the admin bands. If I do this, then you can't see the top half of the civs. And personally, I feel like the Sims that you can play is more important than the Sims that you can't play. There's a name, but it looks ugly. Man, those woo, they have the gift of flaming arrows. The admin pick? Yeah, I mean, it's like its entire separate area. Now, what a lot of streamers do is like they have some sort of special browser source that like it cuts away all the extra information and you can just sort of plop it on your screen wherever. I am not one of those fancy streamers. Already 70 people tuning in. Good morning, everybody. I wish I should start getting my act together. Although I did start working yesterday on my script for a history of the Civs. And I'm including a little bit more history this go around because I'm only going to do Age of Conquerors. So it was like 300 to 400 words per civ with Age of Kings because I had to go through 13 civs. But I just did Spanish. And we're at 823 words. So a little bit longer, a little bit more to talk about. And I kind of like it. I mean, I really enjoy doing the research and making these videos. Anything to show off the unused Genitor unique unit in the Age of Conquerors scenario editor. And cavalry, exactly. No, Spanish are great. Lean into the age of exploration. What is it, little boy? You want up on the bed? Why am I getting a... Now I'm getting barked at. Again. Now we're doing tippy taps. You know what? I'm getting coffee. I refuse to be barked at like this. Alright, I return. The Corgification of AoE. Oh dear. Well, if the Spec dashboard isn't working, this is actually like the one time it's okay if the Spec dashboard doesn't work. Because we're on a separate patch, so there's literally only one lobby right now. So we can manage this. What was the problem? The problem was that I think there was an update or something, and it messed with the mic volume, and the mic volume was completely out of whack with the gain on the mic itself, so that the mic volume went from whatever it was to 100, and for some reason I just had the gain setups to be way too high, so then it just kind of like doubled down, and so now both the gain and the actual mic volume are in much more reasonable levels. Man, I need to get a new office chair, man. See if I can find one on IKEA. Wait, I can't go to IKEA either? The heck is going on here? Can I go to any website? No, I can go to YouTube. Hmm. No idea. No idea. All right, we are in the lobby, guys, both players. So hopefully we'll get going here in just a moment. I do not think the map is Bedouins. I think it is actually going to be Immersion. I mean, when it comes to this patch, civ picking is always like, or predicting is, feels like it's a fruitless effort considering like all of the civs are good on all of the maps. I mean, is there really a ton of daylight between Wu and, you know, Armenians versus Japanese and Italians? Magyars you can even use to go aggressive. Shu are fine. Vikings are always good. Spanish or Burgundians, Bohemians are a little bit more interesting as they're slower civilizations. But we have Shoals, which is a slower map. Islands we have seen very rarely. Like actual straight up islands. So we will see. Although, speaking of T90, I ran into him on the ladder yesterday, and the game was, you know, one-sided, of course. But I was talking to him a little bit afterwards, and it's like, is this really what the new ladder is? Where I'm running into somebody who's 400 elo higher than me? And then I played another game, and the guy I was playing then had said, well, last game I ran into Beery. And of course, I might have had to make a Beery comment to T90 when I was talking to him about the guy I ran into the well-known Don Cabron Smurf. Do I think Lewis can get to number 1? No, not anytime soon. Do I think Lewis can get to top 5? It is possible if he keeps up his, you know, improving. But is he ever going to overtake Hera? No, because Hera's also playing super hard, so the issue is the goalpost is continuously moving. Right, Hera's still playing his butt off, and he's starting so far ahead of everyone else that it's unlikely that someone's just going to catch up anytime soon. T90 got torn apart? I wish, man. I wish. I made it messy. It was on Medi, though, and unfortunately, unfortunately, his multitasking is a bit better than mine. Also, I went to go forward, and for some reason I went the long way around the lake on Mediterranean. Viper win 3-1 against Jordan? That sounds like something that would likely happen. But that match happened at 6 a.m. my time, so unlikely that... Wait, it says Viper 2-1 over Jordan on Wikipedia, but it also says Viper going through, so no idea. No idea. It's objectively top 3? I don't know about that. I don't even know if he's top 10. He's almost certainly, like, top 15-ish. Come on, guys, start the freaking game. In Lewis World? That's true. Actually, what is, like, the actual best placement for Lewis in a major tournament? Like, obviously he won Sudden Disaster, which is quite good and very impressive for sure. But that's still not like a major tournament. And Lewis did get himself up to Platinum League. Yeah, but he's got 0 S tier placements whatsoever. Oh, game start. Let's go. Yeah, here we go. All right, 1 minute and 27 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 1 here between Lewis and Nivok. So we do have a few sets we're going to cast today. We're casting, obviously, this one right now. And then in an hour and a half, there's either Sito Kapach or Sebastian versus Villasa. I would say both of those sets are fairly similar, so we can go ahead and pick whichever one seems more appealing. And then Dark versus Sorakuma starts like a half hour after that, so we'll probably catch the tail end of that set afterwards. That is the plan. S tier? I have no idea. Personally, I find Wikipedia tiers to be very confusing. That stairs, oh geez, hope you're alright. In a 25k event? Alright. Oh, I forgot to set up the scoreboard. Oh no, the professionalism. It's already going downhill so fast. In our, Elos Falklands matchup. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 1. It is going to be Lewis versus Nikov. Definitely going to be a very competitive set, I think. Both are 2k7 plus. Nikov, though, much more the old hand experienced tournament player. Lewis, the up-and-coming player. Lewis can be in the red as the Japanese here to the southeast. And Nikov, interestingly, going to be the Burgundians to the northwest. So I did point out that in the draft, Nikov picked a lot more defensive civilizations. I didn't think he'd use any of them here, though. Immersion is like the most classic aggressive hybrid map in the entire map pool. Like, you just go out swinging on this map. You go for men-at-arm rushes, archer rushes, hulks, of course, on all the different bodies of water. You don't really need to see any other ships because hulks counter fire ships, and there isn't enough room for galleys to sail around. So let's go ahead and see what's going to happen here. Now, with Burgundians on basically any map, you should probably try and shoot for 11-ish population, especially if you can get a nice early rhino lure. So I think you should be able to force drop here in just a second as Nikov, and then you should be able to pick up double bit axe. I think he should be able to do that right now. Boom! Yeah. It's definitely worth going for a bit of an earlier lure on your elephant, rhino, boar, whatever. Just because, you know, the earlier you get double bit axe, the better it is for your economy. But 11 population is really the earliest you can reasonably do it. Which is why it's actually, Burgundians are a little bit better on 3-vil starts than 9-vil starts. Because on the 9-vil start, you get it at 13 pop, which is, I suppose, slightly further into the game. Or, like, more villagers. But you're still spending a longer percentage of the game in Dark Age, so to say, on a 3-vil start than on a 9-vil start. It's like one of those little things. Lewis is a much better map for walling. Yeah, you can just sort of play connect the dots with his forests. No big deal. It's not like Nikov can't do that, but he has a little bit further to wall. It's a bit of a better map for Lewis, but nothing that exciting. Anyway, very nice dock here for Nikov. Lewis, though, already with 2 fishing ships out. This is the advantage of Japanese. You save that 50 wood initially, and then you can get those nice early docks going. Meanwhile, Nikov, it's like the other way around, right? You spent 50 extra wood. And so you're just slower in getting those fishing ships out. Which is, again, why we don't typically see Burgundians played on a map like this, whereas we see Japanese played on a map like this all the frickin' time. Rated our crash car, and now we're going to get 13 euros back. Oh, wow. Nothing to complain about there. Feels good, man. Look, it's 4-1 fishing ships in favor of Lewis. Loom is coming in. Lewis Loom. And no barracks yet, but we do see players, you know, you rush up to feudal age as quickly as you possibly can, and then you just try and, like, rush up the barrack shortly afterwards, and yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing right here. Like, back in ye old days, in the Robley era, if you wanted to men-at-arms rush, you built the barracks before you clicked up to the feudal age. Yes, yes, I know, Grandpa. Go to bed. New one? Yeah, that'd be great. Anyway, men-at-arms are indeed on the way. Of course, in general, it makes tons of sense to go aggressive versus Burgundians. And we have 4 fishing ships for Nikov. 4 here for Lewis. Now, you can, in the Dark Age, pick up fishing lines, but that's just too many resources here for Nikov. Mining camp? Nah, this would actually be pretty bad. Sure, why not? Eric's coming in here for blue. And it's pretty janky looking, but this kind of works. And Nikov will actually be up to feudal age slightly faster. Oops, I think my audio is still on my playing settings. That said, oh, brothers, the scout cavalry's bullying me. Oh yeah, we'll take him down for you, little bro. Freaking crybaby scout cavalry can't take its own fights. All right, Flemish militia is incoming here. 5 fishing ships to 6 fishing ships. Again, no early fishing lines, or I guess technically you can get gill nets right now. Ornlu moment. Well, considering I am Ornlu, you would think the stream would be chock full of these sorts of moments. Oh, Japanese men-at-arms are the scariest unit in Age of Empires, too. We got 2 Flemish militia over here. Remember, Flemish militia and men-at-arms trade evenly, so the Japanese men-at-arms are still going to win against the Flemish militia quite decisively. Double Bidax just now coming in for Lewis. Bowsaw is already in here for Nikov, and that is helping him keep pace and even surpass his opponent in terms of economy. And there we go, fishing lines coming in. You still get it for a nice discount. Remember that men-at-arms are faster than Flemish militia, but skirmishers are on the way, and as we all know, they hard counter every unit in Age of Empires too. Meanwhile, Lewis will be building a Hulk. Second dock here on the outside for Nikov. But you are going to need to get some sort of naval defense. And blacksmith over there, actually. And yet, the game will simply march on for now. No kills so far. And Nikov slightly ahead in resources. Yeah, that second dock is going to be important for both players. You can see both are on 2 docks. So that you can more evenly spread out your fishing ships and not have as far to sail. Fishing ships? I mean, it's still, what? I think it's 10% faster now for each of the upgrades. Where is it? Naval. Yeah, 10% and plus 5 carry capacity, that's right. So yes, it's still worth it. Fletching now in here for Nikov. And he is actually now surpassing his opponent in fishing ship numbers. Of course, I say that, and then Lewis queues up 2 more. Still, Japanese can certainly keep pace with Burgundians on a map like this where there are tons more fishing ships. Now we got a Hulk on the way for Nikov, but the Hulks are already sailing around the map. But, of course, now that you can garrison your fishing ships inside of the docks, the initial units showing up is less of an issue. Meanwhile, Lewis also going to be the first player to dock a pond over here to the east. Because both players are taking pretty darn economic approaches to this game so far. Hulk's still sailing around. Forging upgrade coming in right for him. And I guess it also applies to the Flemish militia. There's a Hulk in here. And of course, those Hulks are just so freaking strong, man. Oh my god. Look at him. Just obliterated that poor Flemish militia. Oh, wait a minute. How'd you guys get in? I guess it doesn't really matter that much at all. And with forging in, the Hulks of Nikov are going to have a significant advantage. Jeez. Everything there getting cleaned up, though. Gillnets is coming in here for Nikov. Gillnets, they sure do. And Burgundians can make it an age earlier.
Nice.
Nice. Luvatar with the 69 months. Thank you so much. It is always nice. Anyway, Castle Age is still going to be coming in first here for Lewis. And if you look at the breakdown of resources, I would imagine Nikov's ahead in wood, but behind in food. And that is exactly what we are seeing. Earlier bow saw helps you get that early wood collection advantage, but now getting gill nets in. Japanese do have the better fishing ships, but Lewis has neither of those upgrades so far. So it's actually better fishing ships for Burgundians at the moment. And here's archery range number 2. You got an outpost at the front of the base for Nikov. He does have stone in the back he can easily mine. It is 6-4 hulks currently in favor of Lewis, but no forging upgrade. And we've seen time and time again just how critical that forging upgrade is. Meanwhile, you got a stable coming in for Lewis, and he is messing up quite a few archers. And he's going to also have a pretty darn significant castle age timing advantage. Surely you don't win 2-1, right? Or 3-2. No way. Yeah. I mean, forging's really good. It's not that good. Now fletching is also going to be just now on its way. Lewis really focused on building up those archer numbers. Is Spanish? It is also Italian. Specifically Sicilian. And that's what I am, in case that wasn't obvious. Anyway, Doc helping out here. Errors as well. But you're gonna need to withstand the crossbowman timing, as we also have fishing ships here, as Lewis is taking multiple pawns at this point. 12 to 10 fishing ships in his favor. Oh, no. It's just on most maps, honestly, on this balance, but you gotta deal with the crossbowmen, guys. But yeah, water is more complex. I don't think it's any better or worse. There's 2 villager kills almost immediately. Nikov gonna need to delete a house. Gotta do something, man. Alright, he's able to do that. But Lewis, he is just cruising. I mean, this is like as new age, Age of Empires as it gets. You get to castle age, you rush up, you start, applying pressure with ranged units, and then you just add TCs behind it. And now Nikov is going to be stuck on 1 TC. He's lost 2 villagers. He's getting Bodkin and Elite Skirmisher, but that is going to be quite poor in trying to apply any kind of pressure. And Lewis is absolutely humming along here. 3 TCs under 0 pressure. And he's done damage to his opponent's eco. There's a lot of inefficiency right here. And the Watchtower is going to do a little bit of damage there, but nothing terribly exciting. +2 defense coming in, but again, Nikov's stuck on 1 TC right now. He's sending 1 Vil to mine stone, but he has no market, so no TC anytime soon. And this honestly just feels pretty bad for him. Where are you going to be able to get any leverage in this game when you're 9 Vils behind and counting, and all you have are defensive skirmishers? Close. Sakshamkt. And Kinbine, welcome, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Nikov now mining stone. He's getting a university as well, but I just don't think he realizes in what a bad spot he is in economically. Lewis also coming in here with the Siege Workshop, and he is just ahead. And all of this comes down to the Castle Age timing. See here, almost 2 minutes faster to Castle Age was Lewis. AoE 2 is a timing-based game, especially these days. Always seems to be a boomer boy? He's very more modern AoE, modern meta, Hera style. Let's rush up to the next stage and just, whatever we want to do, leverage it with a big timing-based advantage. I do what I can, yes. Flemish Militia are auto-upgraded. One of the advantages of the unit. Anyway, Nikov is just falling way too far behind here, guys. Is awful. Because you don't get extra resources or cheaper units. Burgundians pick? Not entirely sure. I think that it's not working out, though. I think Burgundians are simply too slow of a civ for a map like this. Because Japanese can keep pace with Burgundians in economy. Ooh. Well, they're slow. They're a slow civilization and are... Although they are timing based when it comes to, like, Castle Age and Imperial Age, the issue is you want a civilization that can really get ahead in Feudal Age. And yeah, slow civs in general, not what you want on hybrid maps. Anyway, medium warships is incoming now here for Lewis. The mangonels are going to start to eat the town center, and he is just getting way too far ahead. See, 3,000 more resources. Vil does get killed right there. Lewis is not going to take the best fight. Gets a few skirms on the side, I suppose. It saves the mangonel on 1 HP. It's working out for him. But yeah, as soon as you get up to Castle Age faster, get crossbow and bodkin, and then add TCs behind it, and your opponent is just going skirmishers, you've basically won the game already. Because skirmishers, unfortunately, are a very bad unit for attacking. So if you're just playing defensively, getting expensive skirmisher upgrades, and then you're still going to be falling behind an eco, you have no win condition at this point. Thracians could have wiped him out? Oh, yeah, for sure. Viper versus Jordan. Considering it was at 6 a.m. my time, I'm going to go with a big no on that one. Anyway, triple stables here from Lewis. He wants to make a big switch over into the Knights. And why not? I mean, to be fair, again, Lewis has so many more resources that he can do anything, really. He could go full longswordsman now and win this game. He now has a dock in this southwestern pond. Iron Casting coming in as well. That's going to help the Hulks as well as the Knights. And now we are pretty far gone from Viper Jordan being a very interesting set. Well, Nikov is going to try and go for some counter pressure, but, I mean, again, we've seen the writing on the wall in this game since, well, right when Lewis clicked up relative to Nikov, so, like, 2 minutes before this. So, like, around the 18-ish minute mark. But for banter? Ah. Well, there's always that possibility. Want anything? Can you top me off too? One sparse? I'd appreciate it. Anyway, 2-for-1 trade there. Again, it really doesn't matter. I mean, you literally have 7,000 more resources as Lewis. I mean, there's a reason we see Japanese picked on this map all the time, and Burgundians not so much. Just too slow and gradual of a civilization. Nope! I sure don't. I'm definitely not the caster to misspeak or say the wrong number, name, unit, player, whatever. That's not me. Yeah, Japanese are actually decently nerfed on water maps, especially in the late game. Lewis in complete control of this game. Castle drop's going to be incoming here, and that probably should be all she wrote. Yep. Again, there's a reason that the meta exists in the way it does, the timing-based meta. Rush up to Castle Age, get your extra TCs going, and if your opponent is stuck making defensive skirmishers, then they're probably just dead, and that is exactly what happened. Again, this game was decided essentially 16, 17 minutes ago in game time. Lewis is on his way up to Imp. Again, this could literally be a Doubt Castle, and it wouldn't matter. It also isn't going to be a doubt castle. It actually might be a doubt castle for Nikov. And it will be. I mean, yeah, the castle's going to go up, but you're going to lose your entire economy in the process, which is literally the definition of a doubt castle. GG. Very one-sided game number one. 10% more efficient of an economy there for Lewis. And like I said, early eco lead for Japanese, and it's just got to Castle Age so much faster. Added the 2 TCs immediately, and Nikov going defensive skirmishers is just a death sentence, really, on a map like this. Decisive game number one. Remember, we got plenty of AoE to cast today. There is a punto for Lewis. Take Immersion, and that is the number 1 Civ pick versus the number 5 Civ pick, to be fair. Nuclear level dangerous, especially if those fish are near Fukushima. Then that's very nuclear level dangerous fishing ships. Oh yeah, that's right. Spec dashboard isn't working. The early eco lead? Well, again, we have to remember that Japanese are a faster Civ than Burgundians in the first place. So, with the early wood savings, Lewis got his fishing ships out sooner than Nikov did. Because again, Japanese save 50 wood early on, and Burgundians have to spend 50 more wood early on. So there's actually like a 100 wood delta, even within the first 15 population of a game. Because you're getting double bid-axe, right, which is 50 wood. So, although that will gradually be better, the timing advantage you get just means that you add in the eco unit sooner as Lewis, so you don't really get an early eco lead as Burgundians. And then, because Lewis had those extra fishing ships, it didn't even matter that he invested into men-at-arms at the start. You're still getting a much faster Castle Age time, and that's exactly what we saw. Oh, and we're going to be going to islands. Interesting. Lithuanian fast talk? Yeah. It's just as good as it always has been for the same reasons it always has been good. All right, let's see if Nikov is going to put up more of a fight here. Nikov has always been a very good islands player. And Lewis, having entered AoE at a much later time frame, and one in which islands is not played anywhere near as much as it used to be, might be where Nikov feels like he might get an opportunity for a good win. Anyway, Nikov is going to be here in the blue as the woo. The blue woo, if you will. Be up to the north of the map, and to the southeast in the red. Very close islands. These islands feel really dinky. Guys, the dinkometer is just going off the charts right now. Yeah, no problem, Everlane. It is my job. No, but like seriously, why are the islands so dinky? Model my headphones are? They're Logitech's. G432 is the exact model. The new water, again, it's still early days. Personally, I think new water is just more complicated than the old water without being any better or worse. Yeah, the mic got fixed, thankfully. Would it take for Berg to catch up to an early deficit? I mean, the issue is that at that point, there are so many different factors going on. It's a little hard to say. Yeah, 20 minutes of Dark plus Feudal Age is not so fun. Bad. I actually like that there aren't demos, because demos are just such a swingy unit. Like, demos work much better as, like, a shock support unit, utility unit, as opposed to, like, the mainstay of a navy. So from that context, I think adding in hulks makes plenty of sense. The downside is that there are still two fundamental issues with water that the new water balance hasn't adjusted. One of those issues is that early fishing is way too good. the early economic lead you get from fishing, especially deep fish, but as we see from Rage Forest, any kind of fish boom, is just so significant with any civ in any situation that it means that winning water early on and just rushing up to feudal age is paramount. That problem hasn't really been solved. Problem number 2 is that galleys fundamentally don't work in small ponds. And you could argue that this is also a tournament map issue, where we have so many tournament maps that have tiny little ponds filled with deep fish to fight over. And galleys just don't work there. The other 2 ships do. Both Fires and Hulks work in small ponds. The issue is, of course, that Hulks beat Fires. I mean, that is literally how the unit is designed, so that it's only Hulks. So you just get a 1-unit battle, and it's just, instead of going from Fires plus Devo ships, it's now just Hulks. With maybe an occasional demo. So those are really the 2 big issues of water, which haven't really been addressed with these water changes from what I've seen so far. Anyway, good start here from both players. Lewis does have his fishing ship out first, interestingly. Znikov's dock's actually really far away. Wonder why he built the dock so far away. I mean, I guess he was worried about building it where he would know the channel islands are, so to say. But that does slow down his fishing ship timing. You can see that Lewis is literally a fishing ship ahead of his opponent for that reason. Fish, well, you still see the shore fish, and you know that the deep fish can't be too far away. That's it. If you look at Lewis's POV, I mean, he just immediately dropped the dock and just happened to have 2 fish nearby. Still a win. Yes, I do think Shoals is very much one of the better maps in this map pool. And whoa, Nikov! Despite being far more experienced in the pure islands galley rush meta, that ain't gonna be what he's doing at all. Oh boy. Interesting. So good. I mean, if you replace Hulks with trirems, the exact same situation takes place. Like, it would be just pure trirems instead of fire galleys. Like, it's literally the exact same issue. It's just you don't play Chronicles in the context of, you know, aggressive hybrid maps. Hulks, and how do they work? So Hulks, they're basically like a melee ship. They have 1 range like a Kamiyuk or a Steppe Lancer. And they throw 3 hooks that deal melee damage. Oh! Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. A port? Well, I mean, I guess so, but I don't really think that changes all that much. Alright. Lewis will get the first hit, but Nikov is still going to be up there sooner anyway. Oh, yeah. Now the Elos Falklands matchup is even better now. Alright. Of course, Nikov up slightly faster. And of course, if you are Lewis, you don't see the barracks, but if your opponent has a scout on the island, it means they have a transport ship. That is just how that one works. So you're going to know exactly what's up, and already we have these walls coming in. But what's interesting is that as Nikov, you're not going for archers. Now, normally when you're landing, it's men-at-arms or archers or just straight archers, because scouts can get quick walled in. But you can see what Lewis is doing is he is preparing for an archer rush, right? Palisade walls towards the TC, and generally speaking, walls beat melee units, towers beat ranged units. But that is simply not going to work. Now, the full HP scout was only there for like half a second, so I don't think that would really make too much of a difference. Where on earth are those fishing ships going? Oh, look at this dock at the back. That's interesting. Anyway, Corgi wants out. Ugh. All right, so Walls are going to be complete. Now, technically, you still could run under the TC. There's only like 5 villagers here. But so far, looks like Lewis has reacted just to the nick of time, and he is going to be nicely ahead in resources, as you would expect. In the short run? In the short run, yes. All right, archers are on their way, and of course, this is still a very uncomfortable position for Lewis. He does have more fishing ships, which, I mean, is good. Like, again, his eco is better. Nikov's also had to spend a lot of time sailing around with his fishing ships. But is it going to be like a world-class better eco? No. Archery range is already on its way here for Mr. Lewis. And he is defending. It's an Ornlu stream? Yeah. Sorry, no Superman, just Ornlu. Anyway, a villager that was at the dock is getting annoyed by that archer. Isn't really going to be too big of a deal. The Berber villager is going to be able to scooch away, no problem. Another layer of walls are going to come in. And yeah, it doesn't seem like Nikov is going to be able to stop that. Hulks are busy hulking. And yeah, no Civ has a direct bonus to Hulks. Again, I'm quite sure they wanted to add the unit to the game. Oh, Archer not going to be able to do enough there. Nicely done. Oh, going to get another poke in. Oh, very well done for Lewis. But yeah, add the Hulks to the game. Balance the Hulks before you start adding a bunch of Civ bonuses for them. You can see that Magyars and Ketons are both insane with Hulk rushing, and they don't even have a direct bonus to the unit. Forging coming in here for Nikov again. Going to help both the Hulks and the melee units. But Lewis, he is going to be getting much, much closer to the castle age. Oh, nicely done here from Nikov. He's going to find these fishing ships. I don't even know where those guys showed up, but that's going to be a nice little win here for Nikov. Back to galleons, then they just become Armenian galleons. All right, forging is in. No such upgrade here for Lewis. I mean, Nikov can literally just pop out with these ships in just a moment. 360 HP is the threshold there, and here we go. Forging is in, and like I keep saying, it is a huge deal in a matchup like this. Defensive tower's in. Remember, guys, Lewis is still simply going to be up to Castle Age so much faster because Nikov is invested way more into Feudal Age. Anyway, the dock here does help, but you're still going to have all of these Hulks absolutely crush the other Hulks. And that is, of course, exactly what we're seeing. And they are not low-key, they're insane. They are high-key insane. Remember, there is a minimum range on the dock, so the Hulks can still go to town here. Anyway, it hasn't been an easy defense from Lewis, but he is making it happen. That said, the tables have turned in the sense that now Lewis is the one behind in economy, but if he gets to Castle Age, he's going to kill at least one archer there, so they're very nicely done there. But more relevantly, he does have a market. Yeah, going to have one in a second. He can buy some stone, he can add an extra TC, go ahead and get the medium warships upgrade, and try and fight his way back here on the water. That said, for his part, Nikov is now ahead in economy. He's getting his own market down. He can click up to Castle Age in just a moment. We'll have to see if he sells stone. And he will. And there we go. Castle Age on the way. Nikov wants to keep up the pressure. Now, there is stone here, but it is a little exposed. And those forge bushes aren't going to last forever. This is a 1 archery range. No stable yet. And these docks are even getting pretty low, guys. These docks are so low, they're making Shorty look high. That's what I'm saying. Okay, and indeed, it will be immediate TC here for Lewis, but the skirmishers, because Lewis has found these situations and these angles in which Nikov isn't paying attention. Now, Nikov will see the extra TC, but can't do anything to stop it. Don't get it, Kanduri. Shorty getting low, Shorty getting high. Come on, man. Well, so here's the weird situation we're in. on the one hand, Lewis is going to be up on 3 TCs. I think in that sense, the game is exactly like game number 1, where Lewis is just up to Castle Age and is going to have a huge, TC lead. Downside is that you're playing islands and you have no navy. Obviously, much less good. Also, Monastery immediately on the way. Lewis obviously knows the dangers of the Chien swordsman. Even more docks? Basically, yeah. He's going to try and sneak one there to the back, but Nikov already has 2 docks here at the back. Fastest unit? They're the fastest military unit. Obviously, the Berber trade cogs are still faster. Iron Casting coming in here as well. It is GG for whom? Again, Lewis is going to be on 3 TCs. But unlike the first game, where you hit Castle Age at least even-ish in resources, Lewis is reasonably far behind in resources right now. He will eventually get ahead thanks to his 3 TCs, but that's going to take a little while. And Nikov still has all of the map control here. Like, yes, and it's not even close. Like, not even remotely close. Oh, no Insta. Scouts coming in. Oh, nicely done there from Nikov. Immediately snags the monk. But yeah, RAM is on its way as well. Nikov is downloading more RAM. And garrison those Chien swordsmen inside. And Nikov is doing such a good job of constricting his opponent. Nikov also buying back a couple hundred stone. He is not all in by any stretch of the imagination, and he is adding TCs, and we might have a series on our hands, guys. This has been a good game. Niches? Okay, so think of a Huskarl that you don't need to research Anarchy to train from the barracks. And there's the Chien swordsman. Also, they're better at killing villagers because they have melee armor. And they also regenerate HP. Yep. And if you're thinking, hey, Ornlu, doesn't that sound like a really silly unit? You would be right. No, Huskarls have 0 melee armor. Even elite Huskarls have 0 melee armor. Now, Chien swordsmen don't have melee armor in their low armor, speedier mode, but obviously that's only once they reach a certain HP threshold. Alright, here we are. Mangonel is getting close. The repairs are help. Okay, like, I thought that didn't even kill a Vil. Okay, so that Mangonel obviously coming in. Yeah, unless you literally get a 1-for-0 fight, this is still a really rough situation for our red player. Back in Mangonel already out here for Nikov. Don't be sloppy with the ram. There you go. And Huskarls? Yeah, that's true. Also, is that you, Winchester? Oh, hey man, hope you're doing well. But yes, they are. I mean, complaining aside, they are not as anti-Huskarl or anti-Archer as Huskarls are. Medium warship's about to be in here for Nikov, and we got the double docks here. Lewis is going to try and, of course, reclaim his former glory on the water. But it's a big hole he's going to need to overcome. And gain attack and movement speed. Yes, that is correct. Anyway, nice hit there for Lewis. Gets the 1-for-0. And these are the sorts of things you're going to need if you want to come back into this game. But the Chien swordsmen are right there, and the monks, of course, can't really garrison. Oh, honestly, if the ram didn't stop. Oh, again, if the ram didn't stop and just kept on trundling right at the Mangonel at the time, I think that would have been so much better. Now, of course, Lewis has 3 monks. They will likely get 3 conversions eventually. Really strong. Yeah, which is funny, right? Because for so many years, the only HP regen was Vikings with Berserks, which never felt, like, amazing. But they just kept on adding HP regeneration to units that had a lot of survivability. Right? You're giving them to, first, like, Berber Camel Archers, Then you're giving them to, Dravidian elephant archers. You're giving them, of course, to Georgians and their cavalry that they can hit and run with. And now, of course, to Jian swordsmen, which, again, you can kind of run in and out with. So it's like, yes, HP regeneration is very strong, which is why it was only balanced for a long time, because Berserks aren't exactly a good, survivability type of unit. Anyway, castle coming in, it will help secure those docks at least a little bit. Again, Lewis is a fighter. He's not giving up. Actually, wait, are all the forward villagers dead? I still have a transport ship as Nikov, so you can just, go ahead and ferry some more over, but that would still be an extra bit of effort. Oh, gotta be careful, gotta be careful! Castles are very good, guys. Nikov! Nikov! Oh, no. One of the new civs. Yeah, Jurchens have building HP regeneration, but that actually doesn't feel too good. Probably because Jurchens are actually a pretty balanced civ. Yeah? Oh, no. Okay, don't do that. Iron Casting going to be here for both players in just a moment. Take another gander at resources collected, though. It is completely flipped from the first game, and now Nikov has a huge, huge lead. Now, there are the monks here, and Berbers are one of those troll monk civs that have redemption but no sanctity. Gonna get Bodkin, and now Nikov gonna be switching more into the galley line. No, I think Nikov will wing the Imp race. He'll go up to the Imperial Age and just have a wing, whatever that means. Yeah, the transport ships really are made of papier-mâché now. Again, 30 less HP than they are in the live patch. And instead of having 4/8 armor, 4 melee armor, 8 pierce armor, they have 0 melee armor, 2 pierce armor. So in both HP and armor, they took an enormous nerf. But again, Lewis is doing a good job of really starting to reclaim his islands. Now, is he still likely sunk in this game due to not being able to get to the Imperial Age? Yeah, probably. But, again, credit to him for trying to make something happen. Pete hates Lansing? I mean, that is true. But he also probably hates Hulk, so, it's just a downside no matter what. Now, Wu, they don't have the final fire ship upgrade. They don't have incendiaries. And they don't have shipwright. Whereas Berbers have everything except incendiary. So Berbers, of course, do have shipwright, plus the faster movement speed. So their navy's actually better in the late game. Is Frizzle in the map pool? It is not, alas. Well, again, and he is himself going to rush up to the Imperial Age. But he's going to be getting a lot of score from just demolishing all of these forward buildings, which is nice, but we still have to give a sizable lead in this game to Nikov, for the same reason we did in the last one, gave it to Lewis. But Lewis doing a great job just churning out those Navy numbers. It's a lot of Hulks, though. It's, in fact, only Hulks. Lewis starting his only Hulks account. And war galleys, if there's some sort of meat shield in front, or I guess wooden shield in front, as they are ships, are still going to lay down a ton of damage to Hulks, but nice job sniping those fishing ships. That's never a bad thing. Again, only 1 pierce armor versus 9 attack. Now, there are 2 islands here, each of which will house 2 relics. "20 idols? Well, they're over here. They're going to be taking some nice map control. Well, Lewis has only Hulks. You got heavy warships and Bracer coming in. And remember, you don't need chemistry to get those Lochuans. And those are very, very good against buildings. They are better than cannon galleons, and they're better than Drummonds. Well, especially better than Drummonds against buildings. Actually, is Bracer going to get denied? No. It will not get denied. Wait a minute, it did get denied. What the heck? Oh my god, that's literally like the last nanosecond. Wow. Okay, that had to have been like close to frame perfect. Now Nikov is rushing it up, so, another blacksmith, so I mean he knows what's going on. But that is wild, man. Castle coming up here in the middle. Oh, and he's getting blast furnace, so he probably thinks he has bracer. Meanwhile, Lewis hitting Imperial Age himself, getting all those sorts of relevant upgrades, and his population is still quite good. That said, he's behind by a lot in terms of resources still. Still, again, shipwright. Huge advantage here for Berbers in the late game. Like, unless he uses hotkeys to click on upgrades at the blacksmith, in which case he wouldn't even look at the icons. Now, this is where if players are smart, they're rushing up to get farm upgrades for the long haul. Yeah, there we go, guys. Lewis knows his advantage here. Getting shipwright, it is such a powerful upgrade, and one that the Wu do lack. Oh, yeah, that's a converted Warhulk, and then the Carax. 2 converted Warhulks and the Carax. Yeah, that looks pretty goofy. Bracer, you got Clinker Construction. Yeah, those monks are having a bad day. And there we go. There are the Lochuans incoming. Remember that you do have the Sitting Tiger upgrade to essentially give yourself 25% more damage against buildings. Got some towers here. Not that the towers were going to be doing all that much to these Imperial Age warships. Is it really beautiful? Guys, look at this. The villagers, to get inside the castle, have to go all the way to the beach. And think about all the repairs that would have to, you know, cancel out the erosion due to building the castle right on the shoreline. It really is just not very economic at all. A bit overtuned? Maybe. Yeah, these are extremely good at killing castles. Again, better DPS against buildings than cannon galleons. Oh, wait, hold on. Look at this, guys. Look at this. The little flags here are going to be blowing in the breeze. This is new to the patch. That's a nice little touch. Dragon ships? Dragon ships don't seem OP. I mean, they're good. I mean, they're the best fast fire ships in the game, but that doesn't necessarily... Oh, yeah, the oars are moving too, yeah. Oh, gotta be careful. And Lewis is storming in here with a big old navy, but that castle goes down, which does mean that Lewis is castleless. No masonry in yet, by the way, for either player. That is still huge for warships. Heated shot coming in. Oh, look at that. The Lochuans are all going down. That's very expensive. I mean, they're more expensive than cannon galleons, but yeah, they do feel a bit overtuned to my mind. Well, considering ships have less pierce armor in general, then yes, castles are even better. But heated shot's a nice one. For those who don't know, Wu have fully upgraded towers except for arrow slits. Arrow slits isn't that big of a deal. I mean, it's much less important than heated shot is. Berbers, for their part, have everything except keep and architecture. I think they have arrow slits. Come on. If I know anything, guys, I better know which civs have masonry, architecture, arrow slits, and heated shot. Otherwise, what am I even doing as a caster? All right, 2-man saw coming in. Obviously, that's always going to be a big one. Yeah, galleons have 6 armor, pierce armor. Guard tower now coming in here from Nikov as well. Populations still in favor of Nikov. Oh, another Lochuan going to go down there. Oh, no. Cannon galleons on the way here for Lewis. Now the towers are here. You can see 20 bonus damage versus ships. And of course, garrisoning with the Vills, also super huge. And you gotta respect the tower, guys. All right, we got Carvel Hull on the way as well. Get the full blown movement speed boost. The aeroslip civ list. You know, guys, sometimes I think I spend too much time. I spend too much of my brain power on AoE that I could spend on, you know, literally anything else. But on the other hand, I love this game too much, man. I did a job application yesterday. I'm still trying to move forward in my life. Again, arrow slits is not available to the Woo, but heated shot is in. And for Lewis, he does not have any of those upgrades. Boddler interaction, that's very true. Oh, look at this. Siphons coming in as well. You do have good demo ships as the Woo, of course, because you have the unique techs, although Nikov has neither researched. Both unique techs do affect the Navy. Nikov's still with control of this game. He's still ahead by 40 population. He still has control of the neutral islands. He's gonna be on 6 relics to 2 as well. Can't take it? Oh, I'm sorry, one sparse. This has been a great game, though. I think this is the first game of Islands I've literally seen in the whole tournament. Lewis will run out of gold soon. He should. He's got 1,400 gold left over there, and that would be it. And of course, Nikov, he's got middle gold, he's got middle stone, he's littering the map with guard towers. And, I mean, again, Lewis did a good job trying to fight his way back into this one, but I think Nikov a little too far ahead and a little too good of a player to let a lead like this slip. And again, I just love having those Lochuans here at the back, making sure that they are doing that good damage, knocking down the docks, removing the production as best they can. And again, masonry, guys. It is still just as important versus warships as it has always been. And here we are. You have incendiaries in. Or, no, siphons, not incendiaries, my bad. How to win the Sun Tzu missions? Which one are you stuck on? I mean, usually they're pretty self-explanatory. All right, big fight here, guys. Is there enough for Nikov? You remember, you can use the Lochuans to just add arrows here. They do a lot of damage to galleons. I mean, the Lochuans are so valuable, right? Because you want them to destroy docks, and they're also still good in the anti-galleon battle. The fire ships are here, able to add in some of that extra damage. And Lewis is going to tap out finally, guys, and we have a tied series at 1-1. Nikov making all 3 warships in pretty decent quantities. Lewis just with galleons and carracks. I mean, it all started with Nikov going for a landing with scouts, and he just never really gave up a significant amount of map control afterwards. That was a fun one, guys. You can see that the map really was running out of wood. 16,000 wood left for 2 players. Most of that would be here in the middle. I mean, if Nikov was going to win the game, he was going to do so. Would have to do so soon because, in theory, Berbers might be able to just out efficiency you in the super late game thanks to Shipwright. Alrighty. That is Nikov's #1 home map. And #1 Civ, so that was definitely a game that I think Nikov expected to win, and he did. Both players getting a win with their #1 pick and a loss with their #5 pick. The doubt game? I am not the master of what other people stream, Jafar. If only I was, I would command all the AoE community to stream at my whims. Do I have an uncle playing AoE 2? I do not. My dad played AoE 2 when I was a little kid, but hasn't for many, many years. And my cousins used to play AoE 2 a little bit as well, but they don't do that anymore either. Although actually my cousin texted me yesterday saying he wanted to play more again. All right, Barles versus Mihai has also started, which would also be a very good set, but obviously we're going to finish casting the series we started with. And looks like we will be going to Seychelles. Time to get our offshore bank accounts ready. Minute 40. Vikings, well, I know the civs, but I'm not telling. You won't get those secrets from me. Gonna go watch Hera now. Oh, yeah. "20 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 3. American civs? No. None of them are worth picking on water maps. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 3. We are all tied up, but this is going to be the home map here of Lewis. And he'll be in the red as the Magyars to the west of Seychelles. The east in the blue as the Armenians will be Nikov. So, we have the classic water civ, or modern classic water civ, I guess you should say, with Armenians here. And they're going to be great as they are on any water map. Magyars, now we know how good the Hulk rushing is, for sure. But why do I have a corgi bar? I didn't even know you were in my room again. I thought I let you out. I can't keep track of this dog. It's too much for me, man. All right. I'm sure it also has to do with my mom going to work, which he never approves of. He's basically a cat? What does that mean? So, what are we going to see with Magyars here? Because this isn't really like a Hulk Rush map. If anything, you might see Magyars on something like an Immersion, right? Where you're going for Hulk rushing and land aggression. Jesus rats, huh? That does sound pretty cat-like. What's... Crocodile, stop hissing at me. No, don't be mean. But yeah, the rush distance super long here on the water, unless you're like both docking forward, in which, yeah, I'm sure Hulk rushing is still going to be very good there, but that just doesn't really seem like the normal line of play on this map. Because, like, if Lewis docks the middle, which he's not doing anyway, mind you, but if he did dock the middle, and he goes for a Hulk Rush, and then Nikov just docks on the outside like most players do, then it's like, what's the point? Anyway, kind of an oh, never mind. There's a fish hiding here in the reeds. You know how tuna are. They're small fish, shallow water fish. They can easily hide in these shallow reed beds. Very, very simple. That's definitely how biology works. Anyway, fishing ship is on the way for both sides. Like, Lewis still getting his out a hair faster, even though Armenians, if anything, should be slightly faster because of the saved wood on the mule cart. But again, not really that big of a deal. Pausarino. We'll have to see what the next step is. Alright, looks like we were good to go. Also, I just remembered, I need to start making my Taiwanese beef noodle soup. I need to put it in the crock pot. I make the broth in the crock pot. Then you just cook it, the pasta and the bok choy at the end. But I need to, I got all the ingredients ready. I just actually need to cut up some garlic and chili peppers. But I'll need to do that in a little bit. Maybe there'll be a little bit of a break between series. Yurts Vikings get... Well, I mean, they're still just going to be based off of whatever architecture set they have. I mean, that makes sense. It's not like anyone has unique houses that are out of place or whatever. Anyway, nothing too crazy so far here in the early game. Loom coming in for both. Both are going to click up at the same time, almost certainly. Not have tent. Well, I don't know about you, but what do people who sleep in tents know of the word culture? My favorite noodle shape? Well, I mean... Whether you're cooking Asian food or Italian food, the noodle has to go with what you're making the noodles with, right? So it's not like you're going to have like a heavy, meaty, you know, ragu with just like, you know, angel hair or vermicelli or whatever. That doesn't make sense. And you're not going to have like, you know, an aglio e olio or... you know, pho with super thick noodles. That just doesn't make sense either. What is my price to be a double agent? Generational wealth. Always my price. But also I need to get a family and children to set up that generational wealth for. Well, feudal age is indeed on the way for both. Able coming out. And just a barracks. Spearman on the way. The aglio olio. I mean, it depends where in Italy you're from. Like, literally in America... And, like, what my, you know, Italian-American, you know, grandparents said was oily. So, I mean, it really depends. All right, Sable is also coming in here for Nikov. Vilstuck on the Nikov woodline. Nikov has, like, an amazing ability to get villagers stuck. I have no idea how he's so good at it. Like, he seriously gets villagers stuck significantly more than any other player I've ever casted. Remember, though, you do start with the transport ship on this map. Oh, Lewis not paying attention, though. I'm going to lose that scout cavalry. Nikov not getting double badax, though. I mean, there is a joke in there somewhere about Nikov not getting important Nico upgrades, but when you're Armenians, man, Armenians especially want to get double badax. Both have 5 fishing ships. You have 1 Hulk out onto the field for Lewis. Yes, you do have that Magyar extra attack, remember. But Nikov, double badax. It's important. Thank you. The Hulk has arrived. Blacksmith coming in too. I would go so far as to say that double badax is literally the best upgrade in Age of Empires that isn't in Age Up. But since considering aging up is not treated as a normal technology anyway, why any bonuses? Alright, Hulks are coming in. I think we can say that double badax is literally the best upgrade in the game. There is no map in which double badax is not a critical upgrade. At least you have some maps where Loom isn't super important. Loom is the second most important upgrade after double badax, because Loom is still absolutely critical on most maps. But there are some maps where you can just go, you know, a very, very long time without getting Loom. The third, probably Bowsaw. After that, I think there really isn't a one clear answer. Maybe like fletching. Oh, congrats, Super Mega. Congrats, congrats, congrats. Repairs are going to be attempted, but that villa's going to be in jeopardy, honestly. Lewis still not taking the best fights, though. Or if you want to be generous, Nikov taking very good fights, but it feels like Lewis just isn't quite paying enough attention here. Nikov has 6 vills on gold as well, which is actually kind of a lot. Anyway, fletching, forging is in for both players. Likely lose? Yeah, but like if you take the whole of maps, like you literally just immediately lose Arabia and any sort of open map if you don't have Loom after early game. Stop hissing at me, crocodiles. I don't like it. Alright, Market coming in here for Lewis, but just hasn't really taken the best fights so far, despite being Magyars. I can't quick well. Ah, yes, that's entirely the reason. Oh, what the heck? I think Nikov accidentally placed a fish trap, and then the fish trap immediately died, so Nikov just lost 100 wood. Rip. Elite Cannon Galleon's the most important? Oh, yes, for sure. Either that or Town Patrol. The quick fish trap. Well, yes. The building that units can walk over. Armenian double pin axe. Oh my god. Anyway, Res Collector is still pretty close. So that is good for Lewis. And the Castle Age times are likely at least going to be fairly similar. Coinage, yeah. Oh, is he going to go for it? Nope. Takes a little bit of damage there. I mean, we've seen Magyars win on these sorts of hybrid maps with the free forging, but again, kind of like how I was confused as to why Nikov went Burgundians on a map that was much more aggressive. This map is more defensive early on because the rush distance is so long. And like this, Castle Age times are almost identical. Happy little poking going on right here. Just 2 men poking each other with long sticks. Nothing to see here, folks. Anyway, more good micro here from Nikov. And he is still slightly ahead in resources. Sussier and sussier. You know it. But yeah, Nikov's still slightly ahead in the KD. He also got a villager somewhere along the way. But we'll have to see what Castle Age has in store for us. I mean, to be fair, on the land in the late game, Magyars are going to be a lot better than are the Armenians. But on the water, Armenians are going to have the huge advantage. And this map is still mostly water. But regardless, we're going to get to mid-game, you know, Castle Age. Likely, we can see Nikov add in some TCs and just start to really lean into that bonus, you know, the extra relics and the ease of picking up relics, plus the better mule cart upgrades. Indeed, it is Thalassocracy Cup 2. Middle Shores? Yeah, Koreans are certainly good civ on this map. But Koreans are good on, all the maps in this tournament. Same with Vikings and Italians and Japanese. But, the best water civs are just good in every situation. It's just picking where you think they are at their absolute best. Or in the case of this particular series, I think Koreans were banned. Yes, they were admin banned. Anyway, high-octane Hulk gameplay happening over here. Medium warships and iron casting coming in for Nikov. Remember, Armenians don't get that upgrade for free like the Magyars do. Oh my goodness, it's Thalassocracy Cup 2. Are you happy now? Alright, 1 extra TC for each player. No bow saw yet for either. Iron casting almost in. Why do I keep on getting hissed at by the crocodiles? They're so mean. But yeah, you're getting a lot of idle villagers in just a second here as Nikov, whereas in theory, Lewis's eco should be a bit better set up. Oh, those fishing ships are actually pretty far away from the dock now. There's Bosaw for Nikov. But this is going to be good for Lewis, guys. All he needs to do is just turn the Hulks around. Just turn this car right around, mister. Land army for Armenians? I mean, in general, versus a civ like Magyars, you want to go like Halb, Comp, Bowman. A Rambai for water? No. They deal melee damage. Okay, there's the third TC for Nikov, but is slower than that of his opponent. We also have Horse Collar on the way. No farms yet at all for Nikov, so that's kind of a moot point. Not that I'm, again, the type of guy to throw the word moot around. Alright, Lycav coming in here as well. We got a Warrior Priest going to be starting to go for those extra relics. Remember, on this map, you do have, I think, 4 relics on the islands. And then 2 relics on, like, the island. Anyway, the War Hulks have been released. No idea why Nikov went for a fire ship. Making a ship that isn't a Hulk is just kind of an odd move. Still good micro from Nikov, though. Game 1, Lewis definitely had the better micro. Game 2, it was kind of back and forth. It felt more like a strategic win from Nikov as opposed to a mechanical win. This game, mechanically, Nikov is getting the better of Lewis. What I haven't tested yet, though, is how good the 3 warships are these days relative to each other against buildings. I really have no idea, and it's something I keep on thinking I should test and then forgetting to actually test. Anyway, another, couple Vil kills here and there. The economies are still even, which again feels like a win for Magyars, because if you're able to compete mid-game economy versus Armenians, that just feels like a huge win. You have a very significantly worse eco. As in, you have no eco bonus. Yeah, except there is no snare mechanic, right? So isn't that how Scorpion works? I guess I always got to shout out Mortal Kombat being from Chicago. It is the biggest gaming franchise to come from Chicago. Just as the Bethesda games are the biggest ones to come from DC. Actually, is Sid Meier's also from the DC area? I think it might be. Anyway, husbandry coming in. Eton, yes, they do get Carax. Well, I mean, at the very least, water control does seem to be slowly swinging back in favor of our red player. Nikov actually just going all the way around the middle, though. An Aquarina? Maybe. The issue is, like, you're going for a ton of fishing ships, so you're playing Ketons without an eco, because you're not really making a bunch of pastures, right? But we're all kind of still figuring out the water meta here. Anyway, both players got some light cav hoovering around. You got 2 relics for Nikov. He's grabbing a university as well. Honestly, he's not that far off from Imperial Age. Although I wouldn't hate to use, you start with the transport chip on this map. Nikov has done a good job of keeping his alive. It would be nice if he was able to just sort of scooch to the outsides and start picking up relics on the extremities with warrior priests. On Warhulks, but that's only if you can force a fight before Imperial Age comes in, which is kind of hard to do on Aquarina. Anyway, Nikov is getting closer and closer. I mean, theoretically, Lewis is also getting closer and closer, but he's further away. His starting point is further away. But yeah, more eco upgrades coming in from Lewis. Does Light Cav look a little bit stuck? Oh no, the farms! Oh, nice deletion there at the last second. Anyway, Imperial Age is on the way for Nikov, but he doesn't have like an obvious early imp transition, so I think Lewis is at least okay for now. If anything, I'd like to see Nikov get back here on the water. Again, just like picking up those side relics. Armenians are going to have such an enormous advantage in the late game on water that you'd think that, if nothing else, that would kind of be what you'd want to play for, and just controlling the different angles that you can attack. Like, start getting castles up on the sides, start camping the middle, leveraging your navy on the outside instead of trying to push into potentially getting right into cav archers for Lewis. Well, I mean, the light cav are going to find that giant blob of bills. This is kind of awkward looking, but they can't really do anything to stop them. Handcart coming in now for Lewis as well. I mean, his eco upgrades are going to be looking very, very good. The concern, of course, is that this is happening. It is going to be built on the low ground, will that first castle be? Drummonds are only good if you have water control on the outside, which is something I keep on saying that Nikov probably wants to do, and then he just isn't doing, so, Again, moot point. Drummonds in the middle don't really do anything. Lewis himself is going to click up as soon as he gets another building. Lewis. L-Y-E-W-I-S. Lewis. Nice kill there. That monk is also not going to get sniped because those light cav are like, no, we don't care. We're not going to snipe that monk. Downhill, I think that Nikov just appreciated that he couldn't safely get the castle up on the high ground, so he's going to get castle number 2 up on the high ground instead. He would have dropped the castle. I think that, again, it's still a matter of you just can't get it up safely. I mean, like, in an ideal world, yes, you get your first castle up over here, but I mean, even so, Nikov has to know that Lewis does have army. So, we're in kind of an odd situation, right? Because Lewis has complete control of the outside water, but there aren't really that many fish to take. Nikov? Huh? Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't expect that. I'm not ashamed to say that was not what I expected. Okay, I mean, sure. Nice couple monk snipes there as well, and to be fair, Lewis is just going to try and now switch into the night line, but the composite bowman numbers are slowly climbing. A ton are queued up here for Nikov. He's going to need more castles, which means not spending stone on random town centers, but what do I know? Going to have blast furnace here as well. Now, Armenians, you still have everything except fast fire ship and shipwright? Yeah, that's the case, exactly. More war hulks in the middle, but again, like, are you really going to win this game with just hulks at this point? There's too much land. Where are the other composite bowmen? There are 11 of them. Okay, some of them are down over there, which is going to open up the opportunity for the knights to snipe the trebuchets, and they will do so successfully. You're still missing a bunch of upgrades for the composite bowmen. So that's going to be a nice win here for Lewis, but Lewis isn't really mining much stone himself, so this is still a huge issue. Chemistry is about to be in. And here comes the castle. I mean, again, it's all been kind of weird, but whatever. I'm like, this is such a huge investment for so little value. Like, how much does this really help you? Pikeman upgrades coming in here as well. Like I said, Composite Bowman plus Halberd is the, in theory, army composition you want to go for. Trebuchet immediately on the Trebu way for Nikov. He is still looking to be in a good spot, despite having actually a big score deficit. But this is kind of one of those situations where we can actually just, like, look at the game and say that, no, this doesn't actually feel good for Lewis. Because he has 31 army, of all of which are in hulks that do very little. Also, hey, Cryptic, hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, a lot of villagers garrisoned in the castle for both players. Res collected are still pretty even as well. Nikov never really got all those eco upgrades. I know. Shocker. Now, these trebuchets are actually going to get walled in. Sort of. Emphasis on the sort of. And you're still making more hulks. Like, dude, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess you can get chemistry for cannon galleons, right? You still have non-elite cannon galleons as Magyars. But the castle's gonna go down, obviously. The scaring Nikov. Well, this definitely doesn't feel good for Lewis, rather. Nikov is getting another TC down. He's got an okay-ish number of composite bowmen. You do have one trebuchet standing, and Lewis is going to try and rush up another castle, but he still has so very little map control. You have the villagers gathering from the oysters, which, again, it's on this patch that the villagers gather oysters like this instead of using pickaxes to mine oysters. So that's just a cute little touch. Yeah. You know, the score is still a good benchmark to see who's winning and who's losing in the game. Like, it's still more right than it is wrong most of the time. But this is one of those situations where the score very much does not tell the proper story. Composite bowmen are here, doing work. Trying to rush up some towers, but for his part, Nikov still has the 3 trebuchets. Enough hulks. Yeah, I really think if Lewis just made more hulks, he would have won this game. Okay, well, actually, you don't want to do this. You have to be careful here as Nikov. All right, Rams go down. Okay, we have a couple cannon galleons out, but this is what I was saying, like, why it didn't make sense for Nikov to go for Drummonds. Okay, Nikov, what are you doing, Nikov? What are you doing? Oh my goodness. That could have been a disaster. You do not want to lose that forward castle. You still need to keep pushing Lewis into the ocean. All right, there's Bracer coming in, obviously super important. We do have more trebuchets queued up, but now Nikov is going to see the castle at the back of his opponent's base, so he's going to be able to just push forward and keep this pressure coming. He's got more halbs coming in. They don't have the best upgrades right now, but they're actually also harassing those villagers, which is a nice win for Nikov. And the composite bowman numbers are still slowly climbing. That is a brave castle, but I guess it's going to be fine. It's a little close for my comfort, but you know what? It worked. It worked. And Nikov going to take down this castle. Nothing you can do to stop that right now as Lewis, and he is just running out of real estate really fast. Now, I do think Nikov was in a better position anyway going into early Imperial Age with the faster timing, and he did, you know, recognize that, okay, I can go forward and at least get this forward castle in. That said, I do think it was just a pretty significant mistake from Lewis to just say, you know what, we're going to go all in on the hulks. Like, that just doesn't make sense. That's not going to work out, and Lewis is not going to be winning this game as Nikov lost the first one, but has gone very, very well since then. He did a great job taking fights early on. That said, Lewis's macro was very good. It kept him competitive in the mid game. And yet, look at this difference in Imperial Age time, plus the fact that even though it wasn't like Nikov was completely oppressive in early Imp, at the very least, you know, he was still making the right unit transition, and that is exactly what is going to be winning him this game number 3. That game is all about decision making. You know, the macro of Lewis and the micro of Nikov kind of canceled each other out, but that game was won by Nikov having his eye on the prize and recognizing his win condition. I mean, yeah, it's true that mass skirmishers would have easily won the game for either player, but that's just because skirmishers always win you the game. Anyway, that is Magyars losing to Armenians, pick 2 versus pick 3. So you still have a couple of your higher picks here as either player, but to me, so Golden Swamp, I suppose, is going to be Vikings versus, I guess it could be either Italians or Shu. I don't think it matters that much. To me, Spanish is going to be the big question mark. Because Shu are a much more versatile civ than Spanish are on a map, any of these maps. So, could you go Spanish on Shoals? I mean, Spanish are certainly a great late game civ, and Shoals is a more late game oriented map. Curious indeed. Oh, yeah, again, Spec dashboard's down. Yeah, Vikings are good on literally every map with water on it. Look at this dog. On full alert as a dog. Indeed. Hopefully Tarantino isn't watching. Did you head? Oh, yes. Whoop. All right, looks like Shoals will be the next map. It is the other home map here for Lewis. And I feel like it has to be Spanish for Nikov, right? And then you go Vikings on Golden Swamp. Lewis, I think, probably goes Italians here, or Saracens. But probably Italians here, and then Jew on Golden Swamp would be my guess, but we'll have to see. No, I don't wear shoes in the house. That I think is like, why on earth do people do that, man? Pass. It's not a whiteboard. It's a poster, a Girls' Generation poster from my youth. Anyway, guys, we got a minute until the next game. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Greetings, Che.
All right. I return. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 4. Lewis's tournament life is on the line. Remember, guys, single elimination bracket, best of 5. So if Lewis isn't putting up here in the round of 32 of this tournament, I mean, it's not going to be great for his case that he's a top 10 player. You don't get any real points, in my eyes, for being a ladder warrior. Just because I think, like, once you hit 2K7, elo literally doesn't matter because it's just how much you grind at that point. But he's stayed competitive thus far. Let's see what he can do here on his number 1 home map. Nikov is actually going to be picking the Vikings here in the blue to the northwest of the map, and to the southeast in the red as the Italians. It will be Lewis. No, not at all. This is actually a very good matchup for the round of 32. That said, I am going to be concerned with Nikov's draft if this game is lost, because Nikov would have to go either Spanish or Bohemians for Golden Swap, and probably Spanish. But, like, are Spanish really the Golden Swamp civ you're looking for? Isn't the map going to be a little too aggressive for them to be good? And then Lewis would have Shu or possibly Saracens, but probably Shu, who should be much more flexible with having a good economy and all that. But we'll have to see. If Nikov wins this game with Vikings in the first place, then it won matter, because he would have won the series 3-1. Also, this is where we can point out that the sea towers have this random ladder that just goes into the water. No idea how that even works. That doesn't even make sense. Mussolini upside down? What? Bohemian spears? I mean, I guess they're fine, but they're still going to die super fast to hulks. For Spanish? I mean, that is possible. I mean, to be fair, I think that Italians are a better civ against both, like, Italians are just the best civ remaining. So they're going to be better than anything that Nikov's picks, here. Now, granted, I think that Vikings have a better matchup than Spanish do in this situation because Vikings can totally keep pace with Italians on the water throughout the entirety of the game. The issue, in my mind, comes on the land, where condos can be very good for an early transition, and you have bombard cannons, and you have cheap hand cannoneers with pyrotechnica. So it just feels like Italians have so many options, and are very flexible, again, throughout all stages of the game. Versus bombard cannons, longboats, trying to shit them from the shoreline. Arms with Bugs Vigar. I mean, Vikings just don't really have the best land army. Anyway, look at this little nook here for Nikov, man. Happy little area where you can mine gold. Both of his golds are very far away. It's still a little awkward there for Lewis, because Lewis would want to wall, like, to the TC there. But you need to secure one of your golds as well. Anyway, fishing ship numbers are still very slightly in favor for Lewis. But Lewis is on his way up to the feudal age. Now remember, you can only garrison 5 fishing ships in the dock, so if you make 6 fishing ships, or any number greater than 5, you do run the risk of, if you're going for a fast castle, and you just lose them. Oh, man. Sleepy. Half-sea longboats? Could be. It's probably going to be for a fast castle. I'd be shocked if it wasn't. Oh my goodness! Why are you a noisy dog? What a dog. Shouldn't they nerf the dock space? I don't know. I feel like the docks shouldn't fire arrows in, like, super early game, but that's also where they're most useful in the first place. I did let him out. The Corgo has been released. Alright, so both players are getting themselves situated. Yes, docks can shoot when garrisoned with fishing ships. Alright, but speaking of garrisoning fishing ships, you're gonna need to do that here as Nikov. Well, actually, hold on, guys. He isn't going fast cat. What is this build? This just feels not quite as good. Before the tournament started? I mean, not from what they did initially. Seriously, I'm so confused, guys. He's not getting double bit axe. He's not able to click up to Castlate. He can't afford a market or a blacksmith. Yes, all Civ stocks to do that. Lewis is getting a market. This just feels like such a weird... It's so weird. It's like he wants to go for a fast castle, but also can't quite go for a fast castle. Huh? I mean, usually Nikov will get double bit axe and forget, you know, most of the other eco upgrades. But yeah, this really does feel like a flub. There's the market coming in. Yeah, he just didn't have the resources for it. He can almost afford a blacksmith, but again, he's not going to be all that much faster than Lewis. And Lewis is completely keeping pace with the Viking eco right now, which feels like that should not be a thing that is happening. That said, Nikov's still going to click up pretty soon, so it's not like it's the end of the world. Still, galley numbers going to be in favor of Lewis, who seems to have just had a cleaner build in the first place. Und, oh, we actually canceled a Vil, I think. Yeah, 30 seconds idle time. This has just been a very messy early game for Nikov. Double bit axe just now coming in. Unlike Ornlu, yeah. Oh, nice. Couple snipes there from Lewis as well. Very good start to this game for him. But look at this, guys. He's going to be barely any slower than his opponent. He's like 30 seconds slower, but with a way better eco. Yes, galleys are 10% cheaper at this point. Still, it is all galley for now. Clutching is in for Nikov, but it's still difficult to actually try and force a fight. And no stone was hold either, so both players can add TCs if that is what they want to go for. And yes, we could still certainly see some longboats. We'll have to see also if either player wants to go out to the side early on, which is something I'm usually an advocate for. They did change it so it was 10, 15, 20. So now it is slightly nerfed for Vikings, but it's still overall a huge buff for them now that they have a flexible early game navy, which they just didn't have before. Yeah, 20 on wood versus 13 on wood. Part of it's having 2 more Vils and 2 more fishing ships for Lewis, who's, again, getting ahead of Viking eco as Italians. Enough time to build up a fleet? Yeah, this is a map where you can totally go for the galley first. It probably only has the live version of the game. Anyway, no Bodkin in yet. Nikov is actually queuing up too many villagers to afford Bodkin. Okay, he's getting Bowsaw as well. Okay, cancel Sumville, but he still can't quite afford it. And again, everything about this game feels off for Nikov. More like Neek off and not Neek off, if you know what I mean. Look at this. Lewis immediately adds 2 extra TCs. Nikov's still stuck only on the 1. He doesn't have Bodkin yet. To be fair, Red doesn't either. Gonna get a fishing ship there, I guess. Or not. Everything just feels off. Horse color also coming in here. Or the first farm is seeded. Always good to see that. And yeah, I mean, you're still just stuck on 1 TC. This is not a 1 TC map. It's very unlikely that you're ever going to win without expanding your economy a fair bit. Coven? I never noticed that, Cassus, I'm afraid. Alright, there is a fire here. He really does feel very far behind. Here we bet. Oh, no. Okay, there's a second TC now coming in, and there's the other one, but he's just behind Lewis. There's no 2 ways about it. Okay, getting the fishing ships would be nice. Again, that's something. There's only a 4-villager difference for now, although, again, this is where Vikings are supposed to be taking a big lead. It's obviously not happening, even. Relics are at least going to be coming in here for Nikov quite soon, but Lewis is the one who's out here on the map already, securing that side gold. It's not as bad as game number 1, but yes, you are kind of getting similar vibes. First game of the day, yes. When you're about to run out of gold here for Nikov, he's going to need to switch over to somewhere else. I love the outpost here for Lewis. Be able to see if his opponent tries to push in that direction. Meanwhile, for Nikov, he actually did see the town center. Okay, so a good move there for Nikov, so he can recognize, okay, let's just expand to the other side, unless he really thinks he can push that. A little bit of fighting here. Neither player has Bodkin, kind of weird. But also, the gold is now out. Monastery here for Lewis. Oh, it's Nevok's first game. Oh, my bad. So, nothing too fancy happening at the moment. Wheelbarrow coming in right now for Lewis. Oh, the crocodile. Oh, it's tired of being sick and tired. Nom 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 nom. I still don't think crocodiles beat villagers. Even with the charge attack. Nope, farming has started, and you do have the free hand cart, which is still very helpful. Nikov's still mining gold there. He needs to expand to the side. I don't like it with all these players not expanding to the side when they have the chance. Well, I guess one more fishing ship goes down there. But again, we're looking at a 900 resources lead here for Lewis. At the very least, Nikov should try and add in fishing ships, but Lewis is still hanging around with the Navy, so I guess you got to be careful there. Stable coming in for Nikov as well. 2 fills to a Komodo. Oh, that'd be big Sag. A barracks being built over here. Also, the scout's hanging around near that relic, which is cute. That monk does survive. I mean, it's good for Nikov picking up the relics, but also, like, he's got more idle TC time. I don't know, guys. Lewis is going to click up to Imp in just a moment. He does need another building, but he is now building the university. Remember, 850 food, 680 gold to get to Imperial Age as the Italians. The discount, of course, helping you out a fair bit. At least Nikov is now expanding to the side. And again, recognizing that there's already the TC over here for Lewis, so add in another one. I assume Nikov himself will just add a 4th TC. That was backed in that game, I think. Yeah, imp on the way. Yeah, Nico just kind of trying to establish some sort of vague map control here, but I don't like it. This just feels, again, like nothing has gone exactly as efficiently as it should have with the build. I mean, in a game where passivity has been the rule of thumb, the person with the cleaner build is going to have a much much greater advantage, and that's exactly going to be the case. Anyway, castle up over here. And at the very least, because you've expanded away from your opponent, it's going to be less of an issue that you are slower to the Imperial Age as Nikov. You can see he is also about ready to click up him as well. And it will be the Genoese crossbowman for the Italians. Oh, around a minute and a half difference in Imperial Age time. We do have 5 relics in for Nikov, so he's done a very good job of picking them up. Both players still have their navies intact. He's better imp army? Exactly. Oh, convert the enemy eco! That's how you do it. Worse than Arbs versus Vikings? Most of the time, yeah. I'd rather just have the Arbalesks, but the Genoese crossbowmen are easier to tech into if you already have the castle down and you're just looking for a unit to attack with. The Genoese crossbowmen are anti-cavalry. You're thinking of composite bowmen, which are the ignore armor ones. Anyway, Nikov going to continue to pressure here, and it's like, yes, do we not like the fact that his build is less efficient? Of course. That said, if he can just, not take too much damage here, which he should be able to, you're going to keep on pushing over here. Okay, no, never mind. Lewis is going to have his own defensive castle up, and he's totally fine. Still, other than making trebuchets, Lewis isn't doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Yeah, Nikov has to cancel that castle. And Lewis is going to be totally fine. Is this a bit... Why? What? Huh? Why build the castle just still going to be in range of the trebs? Huh? Also, because you never built a TC over here, you just don't have much gold income whatsoever as Nikov. This is just all sorts of bizarre. Versus, yeah, but you have to remember Thumb Ring. Thumb Ring is essential. Also, that university is going to go down easily. Yeah, but, like, still, just build a castle back over this way so that if your opponent is going to treb you, he can't do so in range of his own castle. Tracer is on its way for both. Chemistry coming in as well as heavy warships for Lewis. Like, again, this isn't a problem at all if the castle's just built somewhere over here. Or maybe even over here. But at least you can try maybe... harass the trebuchets if they're trying to, like, attack from this angle. No chemistry, because remember, Nikov lost his university, had to rebuild it over there. And he's still really kind of struggling for gold income. As it's still a treb war. Your basic run-of-the-mill treb war. Fishing ships there finally going down. Heavy warships coming in for Nikov, so not going with the elite longboat. Now, to be fair, Lewis had a lot of idols, and this is still pretty bad for his eco efficiency. Nikov's still behind by around 1,000 resources, which is not good, but not something that's going to be game-losing in itself. Anyway, at this rate, both castles are going to go down. Both players are running out of stone here in just a moment. Docks are being rebuilt over here. PC there was lost, so you're actually only on 2 at this point as our blue player. Are 7 and 2. That's the Bears right now, but they are 7 and 3. Yeah, I still don't think there's a way you can save that castle. It's 4 trebs. I mean, a valiant effort, but... Actually, no, he's fine. Oh my goodness. That is 29 bells. I didn't realize it was that many. Wait, what? No, Nikov! Nikov! What were you doing, man? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that game was just all sorts of not good from Nikov from start to finish. He was so far behind in timing, his just opening build wasn't as good. Never really took the map control. And Lewis brings us to a game number 5. Much cleaner build, much cleaner gameplay. That was Lewis's number 1 home map. And remember, guys, this was something of a little bit of a gamble, in my opinion, here for Nikov, because... Oh, whoops, another one. Now you have to play probably Spanish versus Shu on Golden Swamp, and I don't know about you guys. Like, I know I'm not the biggest fan of the Three Kingdom civs in general, and always will doubt them. But you'd think that the just better economy and mid game would be a pretty decent advantage. The Hulk map? To be fair, Shu don't have very good Hulks because you miss iron casting. I'm quite curious, guys. Alrighty, guys. Let's see what we're going to be in store for game number 5. Been a very good series so far. Let's hope we get a banger to end it out. Like how they play out in multiplayer? I mean, I just don't think they're the most interesting civs, and I don't like traction trebs. I feel like traction trebs just either feel broken or useless. And watch Sebastian after this? Maybe. Ignore the... Yeah, I mean, Heroes, I don't like them. But the thing with Heroes is that they also replace trebuchets, so they're actually also part of the traction trebuchet issue. Alrighty, guys, this one's for all the marbles. We will have Nikov here in the blue, to the southwest of the map, and to the east, in the red, as the Shu, it will be Shuis. Yeah, Villasa versus Sebastian, we could be casting next. I think there's TaToH Kapach as well, so we'll go ahead and see which one, like if anyone else is casting it, or like how far they are along into it. So, I mean, we'll see. But yeah, to me, water feels more complex, but not any better or worse. Honks, I feel like there has to be something. Otherwise, Shu are probably just going to out-tempo you. Oh, that bracket command definitely needs updating. So, yeah, I'm really curious as to how Spanish are going to be used here. We want to implement? Yep. I mean, yeah, Shu are also one of the better civs at dealing with fast castle conquistadors with very cheap switch into archers or skirmishers. Again, they didn't address the fundamental issues of water, which is galleys being bad if you also have to make land units. And also that galleys are, bad on small ponds, and that the early fishing eco is way too good. Like, those feel like the fundamental issues. Hold on. Is this, like, the worst possible dock for Lewis? I mean, it is technically on Lewis for... Because he could have just come forward and built the dock over here and been a bit closer. A demo map? Not really. It's not like you're running a bunch of land units across the middle. Either you're playing water or you're forwarding on the land. It's not like you're just running a bunch of land units over here. Indeed again, very good. Alright, dock is in, and it is a better dock here for Nikov. Still bugged? I do not think they are. But yeah, Nikov already won with the Armenians on Seychelles, remember? But yeah, like I said, Shu are a very smooth, very sort of straightforward civilization to play. You can go for water, you can go for land. Having the good eco like that in any situation just makes you very flexible. Smooth, exactly. I mean, Lewis is slightly faster in getting his fishing ships out, but they have to sail from further away to actually drop off the food. But we'll see how much of an advantage in terms of economy Lewis has. Because you're looking at a civ without a real eco bonus like Spanish versus a civ that, what a lot of pro players are saying, that Shu eco is very overtuned, which I've never really seen play out. I mean, Lewis should have an advantage, but is it going to be like he's playing Chinese or he's playing pre-nerf Ketons or what have you? Or true range play. I mean, I also think that they do very well in the meta, right? Which is all about sort of low to mid eco archers and skirmishers. Anyway, Lewis clicking up. This is like basically a Grush build. This is like an old school Grush build, almost to the letter. Lumber camp coming in. 54. Oh, jeez. It's a little tough to judge these things early on because remember that you have a lot of resources that are on hunt. So, again, you can't look at the exact count until like you really hit feudal age. Because now it's, what, an 80 resources difference? Well, just a little bit of some hits right there. Nikov, okay, now he's going up on 27 pop. This is kind of like the last game. What is this build? He's going to be fully walled. I don't think he can go fast castle, though. Got another dock coming in here from Lewis. Wait, why isn't he on gold? Huh? I guess maybe because... Yeah, you can't go even double Hulk there or whatever. Anyway, Scott's going to go down there for Nikov, so good start to this game for Lewis. This is so bizarre, guys. Again, resources are pretty similar. Normally, Nikov would be slightly ahead with the guy going for a fast castle at this point, but Jew, still. Good eco. Spanish, no eco. Is it a fast castle build? But is it a good fast castle build? The question you want to know is, was it enough? Was the will of one Nikov enough to forge a fast castle? And I would say no. Galleys are out. Gonna have to go garrison the dock for the foreseeable future. He's gonna have to add in another villager, for instance. To Nikov? I mean, he just was kind of behind the entire game. Didn't have as smooth of an early game. Lewis now adding in an archery range. I mean, at the very least, Nikov is still going to have a, reasonable castle age timing advantage. And is it going to be all about the conquistadors? Another important question. He could send a ton of vills over to Stone right now if he wanted to, or he could just say, wait, what? Nikov, just keep the fishing ships garrisoned, dude! Donk play? It could be. Is Shu the civ you want to do that against, though? Doesn't really feel like it. He's just really trying to gather extra food there. Okay, just garrison. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute. The dock has 6 range. Well, I guess the galleys aren't in range of the dock either. DBA now on its way, and yeah, still no stone income. You have 8 fills on gold, though. Wait, why is he building another lumber camp? I thought he'd be adding a TC instead. Okay, we could be seeing something from Nikov. If nothing else, Nikov is almost certainly well prepared, but my confidence was shaken after that last game. Got a Hulk on the way. Regenerate HP? Yes, they do, I think. I'm pretty sure they do. Castle Age coming in. But yeah, I mean, Nikov still has, no food income at all. He doesn't have any vills forward. Forward. Just gonna add a TC? Huh? Huh? I mean, yeah, it's donks, but how is that good? How is this remotely good? Triple monastery! Also, if you're gonna go for a fast castle and go for, a donk all-in, why wouldn't you, go up even faster and sell stone? Fare against Hulks quite poorly. Hulks just run them down and kill them. Unless he's also adding a TC behind here, which feels like that's not going to happen. Alright, guys. This is, he's adding... Okay, so he's not going all in. You know what, guys? If Nikov wins this game, going FC donks from triple monasteries into adding eco behind it against Shu, an evil civilization, I'm not going to complain. Ye of little faith, I guess. Second TC immediately on the way here for Lewis. But there's already 3 scouts on the field. Lycav coming in too. I mean, he clearly knows what's going on. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. Oh no. I mean, I guess you get a villager. I guess. I mean, you're adding in more eco at this point as Nikov. This just feels like it's never gonna work. Oh, Nikov sold the rest of his stone as well. Fail you. Monastery not coming in here for Lewis. Now, Shu have everything except the most important monk upgrade. So you don't have Redemption, you don't have Sanctity, and you don't have block printing, but you do have Atonement. Okay, I mean, I love the donk play in general. But, like, you're already 1,000 resources behind. And that is not insignificant. Okay, Sanctity's in as well. But again, if you're going for the full-blown donk play, then wouldn't you also have a barracks and stable and get bloodlines and husbandry? Yes, ships do have conversion resistance. You still have 5 fishing ships working here as Lewis. Osaw coming in, I guess. Lewis already has that upgrade. He also has the horse collar upgrade. It's just... in no way do I see how Nikov's strategy is going to be getting him a lead.
Monday?
Like, if anything, at least you could try adding in a 3rd TC. But I guess he doesn't even know about the 2nd TC at the moment. Oh, you have to be paying super close attention. Okay, you lost all the faith but 1. I mean, that's good for Nikov, for sure. He's buying back the stone to add in a 3rd TC. Like Hera, that is theoretically possible. 3rd TC coming in for both players, though, but the eco advantage already being so significant here for Lewis. And again, the donks are still missing a lot of upgrades, and you have to be so careful with them because the Lycav are very fast, and you don't have quite the line of sight with the missionaries that you do with regular monks. Now, Nikov actually is adding in a regular monk. Those fishing ships are going to be in a bit of danger, though. Still 16 bills on food with better eco upgrades here for Mr. Shuis. Where are the Lycav, though? Okay, there's some over there, but it feels like it's so easy to lose all of your missionaries. But still, those are good kills, and at the very least, Nikov is ahead in terms of villagers at the moment. Experience against them? I don't know about that. Again, Lewis hanging around the perimeter with his Lycav. Forces a deletion there. Lewis knows that ships have conversion resistance, right? Right? I mean, a nice kill there. You are fully walled at this point, by the way, as Nikov. You also have 1 Relican already for Lewis, which is nice. Same with 1 coming in here for Nikov. Lewis isn't really trading anything here. Is a lot of ills on stone. I mean, if this is something that Nikov wants to really invest more into, then yes, he would need redemption, but you could also justify spending those resources on getting wheelbarrow, horse collar, mining upgrades, that sort of thing. Why are they completely ignoring the Qatar? Maybe they believe in human rights. Yep. Yes, I know it's spelled differently. Donks worked? I mean, I guess? Yes, missionaries now benefit from Bloodlines, Husbandry, and the Cav defense upgrades. Another triple kill there. Really with us? The difference is I'm making that joke on my own stream and not someone else's stream. This is exactly what I'm talking about, guys. Oh, no. Okay, I guess only 1 goes down. Okay, this is interesting, guys. The castle's being built at home for Lewis. I really think he could justify trying to build one in the middle. I really think he could. And Nikov is going to say, I'm going to go forward now. The res difference at least isn't getting any worse at this point for Lewis. He might be a little bit faster to Imperial Age, but again, Spanish are going to be like way better in the late game. Don't run into the castle! Don't run into the castle! Don't run into the castle! All right. Chateau is coming in. Really bizarre game. Yeah, like 20, 25 seconds faster up. Oh, but the deletion on the palisade wall is going to allow all the light cap to run in. Quick wall are necessary, and they are good. But we have some conquistadores on the way. Hey, la, hey, doo doo doo. All right. No medium warships upgraded for either player, by the way. Agora. Monday. Like I think I said earlier, I just did the Spanish about Inquisition and medium warships both on the way right now. Does feel a touch. I do think that if Nikov was playing this against somebody who was more comfortable in adapting to odd situations, I think Nikov would just be far behind. That said, Lewis hasn't exactly responded amazingly himself. You can actually just convert a bunch more vills over here. The conks. They need to protect those missionaries. A bit lost. I mean, you're still losing most of the missionaries anyway. That still feels bad. Remember, guys, no regular trebs, though. Only the trebs of the traction variety. And Nikov, again, he is behind in resources. And now I think we're actually going to reach a question. I have to ask ourselves the question, who's the better late game player? Now, in general, I don't think I can really decisively say one way or the other. But in this game, or in this series, rather, think about the games Nikov won. One in post-imp in game number 1, one in post-imp in game number 3, or game number 2 and game number 3. I feel like I trust Nikov more with this Civ and just how he's been playing this. He's taking map control. It's a really weird game. Also, guys, for those who don't remember, the show do not have any of the fire ship upgrades. And they don't have fast fire ship, so... And you don't have, of course, even iron casting for your Hulk. So you're really... Your late game Navy's fine, but it's nothing too exciting. And yes, of course, middle map control is very important. Lochuan are a good substitute for Trebs, for sure. Castle being built slightly further back. Remember that traction Trebs have 8 pierce armor, so they still take an okay-ish amount of damage from the regular Trebs. Now the traction Treb is in. That Treb's going to need to scooch back. More relevant missionary upgrades coming in as well. Nikov is on 2 relics to 1, by the way. Traction Trebs are also semi-okay against ships. But yeah, those are going to be some decent losses, guys. The resources are getting closer, and Nikov is here with his galleons. The timing advantage is in his favor. He's losing several vills here is Lewis. But the castle does go up. Those missionaries are also all going to die. Very sad. Rip. And that Treb was sniped by the Treb of Tractioning, so that is another good win for Lewis. He still has a nice score lead. Neither player has much of an army, but Lewis at least has those light cab with 13 kills on them, mind you. Of course, you have to be careful against the Inquisition monks. There's a Lochuan on the way. Randomville going to go down over there. Chemistry is on its way, and obviously that's going to be super important. Oh, we got the Clankers also getting constructed. Oh, quick wall's not going to be sufficient this time. Also, no supremacy yet. Still, the light cab don't have a ton of upgrades. Nikov also has ballistics, which helps. Oh, it's the Chuan of Lowing. But this is where that map control advantage for Nikov is quite significant. He's got 11 range here on his missionaries. Only one less than a monk. And you obviously still have the speed advantage. But you have to be really, really careful. Because remember, low Chuans only have 13 range. So you only outrange the missionaries by 2. And yeah, again, this is so tricky for both players. Conscription coming in is also going to be nice for Lewis, but I don't know, guys. I feel like Nikov is setting himself up a bit better. You know, we wanted a good game to end this on, and this is, in my opinion, one of the best maps in the tournament as well in terms of giving us just, like, good, solid games on average. It's a good Civ matchup. Conscription, I think, was also denied for what that's worth, and it was indeed. Oh, you have enough gold to keep you going for a little while. That's not going to be a short-run problem. Obviously, it will be, you know, in the not terribly distant future, but it's still not, again, an immediate problem. And right now, guys, Nikov's starting to take some better fights, but the Low Chuans are here, and they are very, very good at sniping trebuchets, and Nikov has to respect that. But they're also still semi-fragile against the Galleons. No, was it magazine bolt or whatever it's called? Bolt magazine? Yeah, bolt magazine. And look at that. Lewis is getting sunk. As right now, it's Nikov who's taking over in the Imperial Age once again. Both of the games Lewis won, he got a huge lead very fast. Yeah, bracers for noobs, guys. I really don't know why you would ever suggest bracer. And of course, the Karak's not going to be that good for the shoe because you miss iron casting. I mean, it does feel weird. Okay, there's bracer coming in. Another castle in the middle. Of course, Spanish are very good at taking control of the middle of the map. It's also the pure and good matchup. Well, I thought I wasn't sure how you would be able to survive early to mid game, but again, Nikov was making it work. Lewis was, I mean, I think that was a huge mistake of Lewis, not even trying to build the first castle in the middle. And I think because he had light cav, he probably still wins that early engagement. But this also goes to show Nikov's experience in these situations. Trebs are still trebbing. Castle really helping to zone out against the Navy. And there's just so little room here for Lewis to maneuver around. He's trying to add in more docks as best he can, but this is just such a bad spot to be stuck in. I mean, any player would really struggle in this situation. Also, Nikov still has bad eco upgrades because why not? Cannon Galleons coming in. Now we're going to have some Spanish Cannon Galleons. Cannon Galleons better DPS than a Treb? At least closer, especially because you don't have Siege Engineers, although I guess that applies to both. It's at least closer. Well, no more Trebs right now. Nikov is actually adding in some guard towers, which I guess is fine. I mean, in general prefer bombard towers still, I think, but it's fine. Oh, look, it's the monk immediately going after the Low Chuan, or missionaries. But still, Lewis has his own castles. It's such a tricky situation. No heated shot for Spanish, unfortunately. Shu, I think, do have it. I think. Yes. Treb still stands there. Oh, this is a pretty epic finish, though. Big score lead to Nikov. He has been taking very efficient fights. The Cannon Galleons are not elite, but they're still over here on the side getting value. Before minute 40? Never. I mean, we're past minute 40, and we still don't have Horsecollar as Nikov, who has actually been farming a lot this game. Yeah, look at this. I mean, Lewis is trying to expand all over the place as best he can, but it's such a precarious situation. Low Chuans are still good in actual combat, though. I mean, he's not going to resign. It's literally his tournament life on the line. It's game number 5 in the series. You're not going to resign until you're, like, absolutely dead in the water. Oh, man. And look at this. Nikov also planning on building even more towers. I mean, again, it's such a difficult fight to orchestrate as either player because you're having to work with monks and lochuans and cannon galleons, all within the range of castles. But it right now really, really, really does look like Nikov is going to be winning this series in a close one. Handcart coming in. Oh, boy. Still no horse collar, but, you know, baby steps, guys. And again, like, I doubted the Spanish pick, especially early to mid-game against Shu. I do think that you could have reacted better as Lewis and gone for a much more economy. I mean, you see triple monasteries, you know they're not going to have a ton of siege. They just add in a bunch of TCs. Then you make a switch into light cav a little bit later. But this is where, okay, you know, maybe it's not perfectly ideal, but if your opponent doesn't react to it as well as they need to, then it looks great. Me hope for, especially because he added an eco behind the donks, right? Triple monastery is not something you typically add TCs behind as quickly as Nikov did, and I don't know if that was Nikov's plan from the beginning, but whatever the case, it is working out, and I am never going to fault a guy for doing something that is winning him a game. Yeah, also having his relics ejected, not a great sign there as well. And Nikov's cruising at 200 population. He is going to win this series. Lewis, I mean, he's not, like, literally dead, because his villagers are still alive, but he's got nothing going for him. He's making Shu light cav. Yeah, I probably didn't even need the 3 monasteries. Again, like, I don't actually think what Nikov's build was like, optimal. But, again, it's all about, does your opponent play what you... Like, Lewis was expecting this game to just be about hulks in the early game, right? He went for the quicker uptime, the forward docks, and what did he do? He got to Castle Age at an okay time behind it, so, like, in that sense, he reacted to the fast castle well. But he just was probably expecting conquistadors. Wasn't really as comfortable dealing with those missionaries. And Nikov was able to do just enough to not fall too far behind in economy. And although Lewis did have an eco lead, it wasn't that much of an eco lead. And Lewis just ended up doing a lot of deletion of his ships. So, I mean, I think there were 3 big mistakes made by Lewis this game. One was deleting too many of his warships and not recognizing that his ships have conversion resistance, so they were not going to get instud. Mistake number 2 was the fact that he went for light cav as fast as he did instead of adding in a 3rd TC, because what are missionaries going to do against buildings? Especially, again, the monasteries are at home. It's not like there's going to be a forward siege workshop there either. And then mistake number 3 was just not going for the forward castle when he did. When he could have. Again, he still had the light cav. He still could have gone for a forward castle. It's not like, oh, if any one of those things goes the other way, then he suddenly crushes this game. But those were areas that Lewis needed to have a bit better decision-making, and Nikov did have very good decision-making. Very, very good decision-making, in fact, and execution from, you know, mid-game onwards. And, I mean, that was a great game. That was fun. We saw something we don't see every day with the missionary play. 14 conversions there for 29 missionaries. It's still not like that great. But you know what, guys? Nikov made it work, and he is going to be going into the round of 16. And Lewis is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And that is an interesting result. I mean, like, Nikov beating Lewis isn't like, oh, it's completely something that I'm flabbergasted by. But yeah, we can go Sebastian. First I have to find the games. So there's Dark versus Sorakuma, Barles versus Mihai, TaToH, Kapach, and there's Sebastian versus Villesa. But if you guys want Sebastian, I will, of course, do what the angry mob wants. Does somebody know the score line thus far? I would appreciate that, as of course we are having to bounce between sets. 2-0 Sebastian. All right. that. Switch over to Capture Age. And this is Sebastian versus Villasa. But thanks everyone who's tuning in, by the way. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Why am I being barked at? Ah! Dash! Go! Alright, so. Sebastian. I mean, I would have expected a 3-0 probably from Sebastian here, but let's see what Villasa can do. He's going to be in the red as the Hindustanis to the south of Migration. And to the north with the Fish Boom Pond ZOMG. It will be Sebastian as the Ketons. Interesting. Now, I've seen Ketons exactly twice on this map. And, just like the K-pop group, twice, they were extremely amazing. Yeah, those iron casting hulks is just redonkulously good. Remember, guys, I'll keep on saying it throughout the entire tournament. Hulks triple dip into the attack upgrades. They throw 3 hooks. And each of those hooks separately benefits from iron casting and forging and blast furnace. So in the Castle Age, +2 attack turns into +6 attack for your hulks. It is pretty darn wild. Now, Ketons have no other bonuses for water maps, and like everything else about them on the water is pretty bad. But at the same time, we just have seen the iron casting hulks just kill everything. No, hulks are not in the game yet. Again, the devs said that Q1 next year is going to be when the changes are added into the game after they make a bunch of adjustments. So my thought is that they're going to see how this tournament pans out, and then they're going to take all of that data, both quantitative and qualitative, and then go ahead and make a bunch of adjustments there for the actual live version of the game. That said, we already have 2 docks out. Wow, 2 docks already here for Sebastian, and same here for Villasa. I guess we are further into the game than I thought. Yeah, so 6 fishing ships out for Sebastian, and honestly, guys, I have no idea what makes Hindustanis great here. I think they're fine. Like, Hindustanis are fine on every map. But I don't really know what would make them, like, I want to pick them in a tournament level good on this map. Hey, Naomi. Goof majorly? Oh, no. Only the best players has some risks. Well, I mean, I'm sure they've been doing a lot of testing, but there's only so much testing that Fiage versus Hallis can do. Right. I mean, I'm sure that like they all players at a bunch of different skill levels practicing against each other. But at the upper end, you really just have Fiage versus Hallis for in-house testing. Yeah, it's definitely a Don Cabron versus Beery matchup. Alright, though. Villasa is on his way up. Sebastian going to be clicking up a little bit later with 3 more fishing ships and 1 more villager. Of course, still more fishing ships on the way. And Villasa, he's got a transport ship coming in, so he wants to do something at least semi-aggressive. Alright, let's see what he has in store. Hallis and Fiage work for Forgotten Empires, not for Microsoft World's Edge. What can I pay? I don't have any money to pay anybody. $16 fishing ships right now for Sebastian, guys, but is he going too greedy here? Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I think this might just be like the specific all-in build. He's going to be probably selling stone just to get up to Castle Age. Is hardly trollable. I thought for a second you said it's hardly tolerable. And in both cases, I couldn't agree more. But I'm stuck here all the time. You guys aren't. 18 fishing ships right now for Sebastian, guys. There's the blacksmith. There's the market. Make Naomi a paid viewer? I have no idea. All right, fishing lines and double bid axe both on their way. Can you afford this? Before clicking up? Making myself look like a pervert. All right, guys. Okay, so this is kind of like the older meta on this map for Villessa. You're going fast castle, you're going light cav. It's like you're playing water arena. So you're going light cav to try and take map control, go for monks to pick up relics, and then add TCs over here in the middle. But I feel like this is just simply going to be an outdated way of playing the game, and you're going to get bulldozed by Sebastian's hulks. Again, underestimate the Khitan hulks at your own risk. They're good enough that you're literally playing a Civ without an eco bonus to use them. Or in low income destitute Lu. Oh no. Forging is on its way. Hulk production has started. Look at all these fishing ships spread out by Sebastian as well. He is like no more than one fishing ship per tile of fish. Like, look at this. It's like he's playing, what is it, AOM? That has the fishing ships, like the fish are infinite, but you can only take one at a time. Like, even including shorefish, this is so weird. Fish quotas must be observed, clearly. Alright, I mean, Villessa is coming in for some hulks as well. And there's a forward dock, too, but I'm just not sold on this, guys. Also, look at the eco advantage here for Sebastian. It is enormous. Alright, Castle Age is in. Okay, wait, Gildets? And medium warships. Okay, so he's getting everything. He can even get Bowsaw as well. Zico is insane right now. University coming in to get clinker construction. So yeah, I have an entire video on it from right when the changes were announced, ! New Navy. But the TLDW of that is that they are a near melee range ship that are designed to counter fire ships. Oh boy. Castle Age warships are in. Iron casting not quite in just yet, but I mean, just take the fight, man. You have the Castle Age unit. All right, extra TC coming up in the middle, which again is something, but you're still going to be losing so many fishing ships along the way. You're 1,700 resources behind. Yeah. Again, they have 27 attack, do these hulks, with a 1.5 reload time, which is the same as a Japanese swordsman. Again, this feels like literally every game I've seen, as with Khitans on this map in particular, has looked exactly like this. It has looked 100% exactly like this. Then Velez decided he wanted to do other things in his life than play AoE 2 for a living. Mihai 3-1 Barrels, that's impressive. Good. I mean, that looked like another very good set. I mean, how do you even keep your docks alive long enough, man? We do have a transport still. Got a couple vills and a scout cavalry, but basically, Villessa's only hope in this game is to never let Sebastian get onto the mainland, and I don't see how you do that. It just feels like it's way too significant an advantage right now for Sebastian. Looks like a scout there did go down. Overpowered? I mean, specifically Keton Hulks are probably just overpowered, which is why you don't have Civ-specific bonuses that apply directly to Hulks in the game right now. You would have to have, like, a ton of galleys out. But in general, galleys do counter Hulks. The issue is that you can't go for galleys while also going for land units. Like, that has never, ever worked. And that's still the case. So your choices when on, like, you know, a hybrid type of map where you're trying to go for, like, light cav and navy, your choices are really just fire ships or Hulks, and Hulks counter fire ships. Fire ships are actually also very, very good right now. It's just they die to Hulks. Anyway, Imp is on the way. Sure. Why not? Why not? 3,300 more resources collected. I would be a bit more comfortable if there were more vills on the mainland, but it's still probably fine here for Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, Villessa is building them right here in the middle of the map. Hulk over here is going to get at least some value. Finally, Villessa is actually killing stuff, which, you know, is always a positive. So, you can see right here, Lycav will spot at least the dock, which means that there are villagers here on the mainland. Oh, that's 23-3! We're making progress, guys. Got some more galleys here, able to pressure more from the shoreline. 84-57 pop, and again, you're getting closer and closer to the Imperial Age here as Sebastian. He has enough stone for a castle. Like, literally the only thing he's missing is just more villagers on the mainland. It's always a positive. Oh, no! Ah, here we are. Castle coming in. You've been coming in with another relic as Sebastian. I mean, it doesn't matter what Villessa does. He's so far behind, man. Like, guys, Sebastian can afford another Imperial Age, almost. Almost a 2,000 score lead already. We're not even 25 minutes into the game. Do we have a barracks yet? I don't think so. Okay, there's a siege workshop coming in. I'm not too sure about chemistry. I don't know necessarily if that's something you need to prioritize over just getting some units out. You don't need chemistry to get the mounted trebuchets. You just get those as soon as Imperial Age is researched. Got some Liao Dao on the way. And this game is all sorts of sad here for poor Villessa. Sebastian looking great. Which does beg the question, what would we cast next? So, in theory, TaToH Capacha might still be going on, and Dark versus Sorakuma might still be going on. We also have TaToH versus Stoneplease in 50 minutes. So we still have a little while to go. I'll just keep casting stuff until I run out of stuff to cast. There's GG. Dominant game here from Sebastian. Again, the Ketons in my viewing are 3-0 on this map. Just ludicrously far ahead. All right. So, let's see what is going on next. Kapach versus TaToH and Dark versus Sorakuma are still going on. Let me check to see Actually, spectator dashboard working again. Okay, 1-0 Sora, 1-1 TaToH TaPoH. So I think what we're gonna do then is cast probably TaPoH TaToH. Updating the stream title. Oh yeah, why isn't chat on the screen? No idea. Do I look like a man who knows anything? Alright, don't know which order the games were won in, but it doesn't really matter. We are now going to be here on Immersion for game number 3. It is TaToH versus TaPoH. We'll have our blue player, TaToH, to the north as the Georgians, and to the southeast in the red as the Persians. It will be TaPoH. So, this Civ matchup makes a lot more sense than the Burgundians that we saw in the first series today. Both Civs super strong early on the water. You have early docks available for both of these players. And they're both able to, play early through mid-game quite effectively. I look like I know how many Civs get heavy Cav Archer. I mean, I don't know like the actual number off the top of my head, but I could tell you, I think every civilization that would and would not get it over time. Until Beery versus Beery stops being funny. Knowing the Age of Empires community, never. Since when have we ever gotten over a meme? Three years? I don't know. Feels like every single meme post DE is sticking around. Not quantitative? Yeah, something like that. Alright, so nothing too crazy here early on. TaToH did actually get his first fishing ship out faster. I mean, didn't that happen back in the day? Wasn't that the whole Riet Dogao on someone else's account? Another meme? Yeah, exactly. We don't tend to let go of memes in the community. Let's ignore what was calling last game, yeah. No, he's done a better job in recent years, for sure. The Corgi is on his back right now, right behind me. It's just so tough being him. So, let's see what the plan is here for these guys. Typically, there's at least some sort of land pressure, and people are only going for some hulks on the outside a little bit later. Why are we still talking about this? Like, come on, guys. Get over yourselves. 24 pop-up here going to be for both as they are researching Loom at the same time. Actually, can you afford it as TaToH? No, TaToH can't afford to click up. TaPoH can. Hello, why don't you say hi? Second dock in Dark Age. Okay, so their builds are diverging. TaPoH's makes a lot more sense on paper. He's getting his barracks down, and he'll be reasonably well set up to go for some aggression. Dodge him? I doubt many people dodge him at all. I played somebody who had just played Beery yesterday. Oh, this could be nice. This villager is quite exposed over here. Beery, yeah. Lagery. Stouty. IPA. His power is lag. Oh, jeez. All right, I mean, TaToH's going to click up, but this is very much looking like a fast castle type of build. Oh, I say fast castle type build. He's got 8 vills on food and 0 on gold. That doesn't really feel like a fast castle build. Allowed to play? Well, I don't think you can ban him from playing Age of Empires. He didn't actually break the, the online rules of the game. Banning from tournaments, yes, but, like, you can't just ban his account. Now, if he was actually hacking the game, then yes, that would certainly be grounds to actually just ban the account. But, I mean, if you're having an unsportsmanlike ban from tournaments, then that's still, like, it's not the game itself. Anyway, militia are on the way. We see a ton of men at arms rushing on this map, and TaToH is still quite open. Just got to be careful around the dock right there, but these militia are coming in, and TaToH really doesn't feel any the wiser. AoE. Well, the thing is, I don't think many people are trying to go pro in AoE. From playing hand-to-hand, yeah, that seems fair. Anyway, already one dead villager. Men-at-arm upgrade is on the way, and this is just something that TaToH is not expecting. He's just had a kind of slow build for the map. Not really the biggest fan of how this approach is working out for TaToH. Like, yeah, he's closer to Castle Age, but he's not really able to click up. Not going to be coming forward here for TaToH as well. We do have some archers on the way, though. Like, you can lose a villager as TaToH and still be fine because you have so many more fishing ships. Like, that's not too big of a deal. But it just feels like he's going to have a hard time getting an advantage in this game out on the map. Yeah, I don't remember the fire. I mean, there was, like, some weird situation with Brazilians, and with fire, I mean, he's had, like, him not showing up to matches and stuff like that, but I don't know if he pulled a song. Anyway, early fishing lines upgrade as well for TaToH, who's just taking a very, very economic approach. One time, I can't keep track of all this stuff, man. Was any action taken against him? Ever? Like this that World's Edge has doled out? Well, again, it's something that World's Edge itself wants to crack down on. And, I mean, then they're only accusations, right? If there was never any official, like, punishment or action taken against that, then I don't think you can just be saying, oh, this definitively happened. Oh, don't worry, you auto-research tracking every single game now in Feudal Age. Feels good, man. Origin coming in here for TaToH, but again, now the eco balance is looking kind of off. And it's TaToH who's, I guess, slightly closer to Castle Age right now. TaToH's at 3 dead villagers. Unless there's a paper trail that is, clearly defined with punishment administered, there is definitely a difference. Yep. Like, if that sort of thing happened in a World's Edge sponsored tournament, then, and no action was taken, like, that would be a really big problem. But if there were never any charges brought, so to say, you know, innocence until proven guilty and all that. Well, I mean, I guess you're taking some even enough trades here and there. Res destroyed also pretty similar. So I guess things are kind of evening out, but the eco balance being so much better here for TaToH feels like the advantage is still going to be in his favor. And I say that, actually doesn't have as many bills on food. And there's even a forward dock coming in as the Tiger barely got the kill. But I don't feel bad for Beery whatsoever. If it's not on World Tournament. So if the tournament isn't sponsored by World's Edge, then Beery can technically participate in anything. But World's Edge is going to have a hand and going to want to manually prove any tournament that has like a large prize pool, even if they themselves don't sponsor it. With the state, but balance of probabilities can often be more appropriate when arriving at a conclusion. I mean, when it comes to like how we feel about someone and what actions like they probably have taken, yeah, certainly. But again, like there's still going to be a decent burden of proof before World's Edge is going to do something. Oh, not the peasant! Oh, man. Folks are so freaking good at killing vills, man. Winning every ban appeal. Rip. Took over and made clear rules? Oh, okay. Yeah, then... And yeah, I probably just got away with it. Again, like, these are the sorts of things that Nilly has been very actively trying to do, especially in the last couple years, to make AoE more competitive, have just, you know, a clear set of outlines for what is and isn't allowed, and trying to keep things consistent and keep fair play. And it's also, again, something that World's Edge, like, the higher-ups also really want, which is why we can't have anyone participating in tournaments that they themselves organize anymore. Only ever streamed? Huh? Wasn't banned? Cheating was much more poorly enforced until then. Just saying G? Well, what if you're just asserting that you're a straight-up gangsta? Then you're like, I'm a G. Got punishments? Yes, they did. That was like right when Nelly started seizing power. Well, Castle Age is on the way, but it's still going to be in a lot faster here for TaToH. 3 years? I don't remember the exact details. Song was a repeat offender, so he definitely got more years of punishment. Bad Boy, I think, got only like a small punishment. Still lost? Well, again, if there isn't any sort of unified policy, then there isn't anything the admins can do, because the admins aren't going to be in charge of is he allowed in more tournaments. Song? Yeah, Song had multiple offenses. He and Bad Boy were, I think, manipulating their ladder accounts for tournament seeding purposes. Song was also caught stream cheating during tournament games, and then Song was looking at maps after a disconnect. It's the Nilly coup of 2024. You know, nothing that is like... AoE has never had like a full-blown, like, actual map hacking and stuff like that incident. It's not like we have B in the scene. Multiple offenses. Hey, man. 7-3. And the Ravens are back at 5-5. I don't remember that, but that would be pretty funny. But honestly, like, that was more funny than, like, how horrible. only, I mean, on any map that's an aggressive hybrid map, this is going to be the meta. Like, every single one. Because, again, you can't go galleys on small ponds. You don't have enough space, and you need to fully invest into water to get enough galleys out. Nilly needs to get focused on pathfinding. Well, the thing is, Nilly, like, he can keep track of pathfinding issues, but Nilly himself isn't, like, somebody who can rework the code to make pathfinding better. Well, actually, we just had a situation like that in American football, where, just like yesterday, a player got a suspension, a one-game suspension for spitting at another player, and his excuse was, well, I was spitting on his face. I wasn't spitting on his jersey or the numbers. That was his excuse. Oh my god. Sixth game? Oh, yeah. Have a nice day, sir. Exactly. Well, to be fair, there are only 17 games in an NFL season. So a one-game suspension also costs you, like, you know, several $100,000. Anyway, TaToH is insanely far ahead, guys. We've actually had multiple spit gates in the NFL this year. It's pretty funny, honestly. Song? Yeah, they were fun to watch together, for sure. Which Civ has the best Hulks? I mean, no Civ has a direct bonus to Hulks, but Magyars and Ketons, through their bonuses related to the forging and iron casting upgrades, kind of have the best Hulks as it, you know, in a practical sense. Anyway, we are at 16 Cav Archers right now for TaToH, and that is not an insignificant blob of CA. Hello, Puppy Saturation, and here we are, and it's so weird how bad Hulks are against archers, man. Like, I don't know, ships just, they shouldn't do this. They just evaporate to arrow fire. So weird. But over a 50% villager lead right now here for TaToH, but TaToH is mining plenty of stone, and he is going to be getting close to a castle pretty darn soon. So the guys ran him down like all back to the school. Oh my goodness. Well, a lot of Hulks on the outside for TaToH, so he's still doing a nice job maintaining some presence here on the water. The CA are certainly being annoying, though. Do we have a university in yet for ballistics? We do not. Although the fortified church would certainly help out as well, though. Right? McNeely got held back a lot, Cassis. But yes, this is absolutely the make it or break it play here for TaToH. Very bad eco. He has 5 bills on food, but this is the hour. A castle drop could certainly help turn the tides in his favor. And here we go. Here comes the sun. Oh, no, I don't know, guys. Hey, Romful. I guess you didn't lose that much. Nice job from TaToH being very mobile with his Cav Archer blob. And I mean, look at the resources here for TaToH. They're terrible. I mean, his Vill's efficiency is awful. Got another TC finally coming in for TaToH. And the Vil kill numbers are climbing for him. Is he going to be able to turn a disaster of a game around? Look at this, more Cav Archers. Going to be finding extra value here. Uh-oh, look at this. TaToH has so many Vils and they're not doing anything useful. Oh, jeez. I mean, I guess the villager kill count is still semi-competitive. You still have 5 fishing ships, but they're being idle right now. Okay, this is getting real weird, guys, because we still have 32 Cav Archers. Upgrades on the CA are not good for TaToH, so they're not going to be competitive for quite a while. That is a fair amount of Scorpions, though. And still, the KD overall similar, but TaToH having a huge resources advantage. Ballistics now on the way for TaToH as well. TaToH literally going ballistic. Ballistic. All right, second castle almost in now here for TaToH, but where can he put it that can actually defend enough of his economy? Bali stick. Yeah, they're literally pieces of a tree from Bali. $30 CA right now for TaToH, and there's the castle. It's going to be at the back. There are 3 piles of gold here. No, you sure you don't take your national exam when you're 6 years old? I mean, 6-year-olds, they're basically young adults at that point. They need to get their lives together. Yep. 50 villagers lead still here for TaToH. I mean, again, that's not insignificant, but okay, 2,000 more wood, 3,000 more food, less gold, and only a little bit more stone. Oh, looks like a lot of CA died there as well. Bodkin is coming in. Ballistics is already in, and yes, you can get Castle Age Parthian tactics as the Persians remember, which is pretty good. It's probably enough to win versus Georgian Cav Archers, especially since Georgians don't get thumb ring. You get trapped into the army, not... Okay. Oh, no. But is this going to be enough? I mean, you're actually getting ready for castle number 3, honestly, right now, as our red player. He's been mining a ton of stone to try and keep himself safe. The Scorpion Blob really has never quite been dealt with. Third TC just now coming in from TaToH, but still only on 62 Vils. Still have random Hulks running around on the side. And now another TC here to the west. Is this going to be a good enough fight, though? The upgrades are still a lot better. Is this enough of a numbers lead? There's also a random knight over here to help out, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess that's a good fight for TaToH. Did your taxes while learning shapes? American Barney's idea, young veteran? Absolutely. 100%. Government's pretty darn strict with liquor licenses, so if you're caught selling booze to a minor, meaning less than 21 in this case, yeah, you'll likely get your liquor license suspended. And considering most restaurants and probably all bars make most of their money off of alcohol sales, it's a very big deal. All right, guys, here we go. Another castle coming in for TaToH. Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult to get it back. Or smoke? No, you can smoke at 18. I mean, the ram did help out, but the issue is this castle still came in. You're getting access to more wood and stone. Though you still have to be worried about this. Remember, no bloodlines is in at the moment. And this castle probably isn't getting stopped. Oh boy, I mean, you're kind of threading the needle here. Recently? Oh, okay, well that's good. That's good. But I also don't like smoking. Never done it, and I don't like being around people who do it. Oh, gotta be careful there. CA numbers are getting low. I mean, huge credit for TaToH trying to make something out of nothing in this game. I mean, he's been like 50 villagers behind forever, but that's a good fight. Those villagers over there are exposed if TaToH can find them. Vaping is probably 18, which is probably part of the reason that it became so popular. I mean, obviously, like, if someone's a grown frickin' adult, they can smoke when they want, but I just don't like being around it. I hate the smell of it. Not saying it should just, like, be permanently banned forever. All right, more range is coming in. I mean, we're at 67 villager kills and counting. We're now one off. Oh, there we are. Perfect villager kill count. People smoking? Oh, yeah, that is unfortunate. Random Monospa over here as well. Wait, what are the petards for? This... Castles are a little far away for petards to feel amazing. It should be banned. Yep. So that's I don't like either. I really don't like either, in fact. Sir? Oh, I'm sorry, Povj. It's very hard. It's not, It is a chemical addiction. It's not like you have weak willpower, but obviously, you know, with any addiction, you just hope that you can get treated. Crack? I actually have no idea. I would imagine that anything that involves smoking is not good for your lungs, but again, I don't, I am no expert on this matter. Anyway, guys, it's now only a 30 villager advantage. Oh yeah, vaping's also really annoying. Although, I don't know what's worse. Like, I don't know what's worse, vaping or the people who vape. Like, there's a real big difference there. Yeah, TaToH now has the score lead. TaToH can't get to Imperial Age because... And it's actually TaToH finding a way to click up. Whoa! I mean, he's behind by 3,000 food, but remember... TaToH has spent a lot of food replacing lost villagers. Oh, boy. And the Rams are doing work, guys. This is impressive. I'm glad we were able to join the series for this game. I mean, TaToH did find a way to click up, too. Vape? No. Georgians get cannons? No. Well, I mean, they get cannon galleons. Non-elite cannon galleons, I think. Yeah, not only cannon galleons, but no bombard cannons. Lost the castle? This castle, yes. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't paying attention to that. This is what I get for reading chat. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god, he did. He built the castle foundation right next to a ram, man! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, guys, TaToH is turning this one around. Yeah, it's wild. Brace are going to be immediately on its way, and here's the issue for Persians, is that they just don't have good ranged options in Imperial Age. I mean, he's on 141 Vils, and he's going to try and make a switch over into the Knight line, but generally speaking, to be a good late-game civ right now in AoE, you need to have good late-game ranged options. And Persians are obviously much more of a melee-heavy civ. I mean, you do have relevant upgrades on the way right now for TaToH. You have 49 bills on gold, 41 on food. Like, in theory, that is very good. But do you have the time you need to get there, especially as these upgrades are coming in for TaToH? Well... Car gun alcohol order? Yeah. It makes a lot of sense if you think about American history, though. Alright, HCA is also on the way here for TaToH, because of course Georgians are a Cav Archer civ and nothing else. And no +4 defense in for TaToH. No way that he's getting Savar anytime soon. And, I mean, I think that TaToH might just have this one, guys. Also, those poor Cavalier are stuck. First, because you can drive at 16, legally own a gun at 18, and drink/smoke at 21. In America, obviously. Oh, even a few HCA over here. I guess maybe just 2 HCA. Still pretty good. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you can go shooting with adult supervision way, way early. I mean, especially if you're in a rural area. I mean, kids are doing it at like 8 or 9. Oh, boy. Castle does go down. I mean, you're trying to hang in there as TaToH, but remember when you had 50 Vils on gold like a second ago? I mean, now that's just not the case at all. Again, res destroyed heavily in favor of TaToH, so even though he's behind in resources, he's taking vastly more efficient fights. But yeah, just doesn't have the gold for that, so no +4 defense, no Savar. Okay, I mean, now he's getting +4 defense, but he's lost most of his army. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. I'll stick with booze for my only vice. That and coffee. Caffeine. Oh, boy. I mean, crazy, crazy play from TaToH. I mean, again, he was behind by 50 villagers in Castle Age. 50! But just staying active with his Cav Archers, making sure that TaToH's eco is nowhere near as efficient as it needs to be, and just leveraging the fact that Persians aren't really that good of a civ over the course of a game. Addiction to AoE to a vice? Yeah, maybe. I mean, look at this, guys. TaToH just being so active all over the place. And to me, TaToH is always a player who's been so efficient in his APM usage. And random speeding up, and there is the GG called. TaToH up 2-1. Less of every resource collected. Great KD, though. This game, yeah, it was just a bunch of Hulks being spammed on the sides. It was a good game of AoE, though, right? Right, isn't that all you care about, guys? Don't you just want to watch a good game of Age of Empires? But, I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, sometimes it's just good to watch a compelling game of Age of Empires. Like, is that really so bad, even if it doesn't show off the new water? The rest of the series, as obviously we still have Nikov and Lewis on the scoreboard right there. But we'll have to see, guys. We will have to see. No idea what the Sibs are. No idea what the map's going to be. Looks like Dark versus Sorakuma is at 1-1 right now. So they are all tied up. So we'll jump into that series after this series is done, most likely. Rolling power of Cav Archers? Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I think I said, I just had to fight a... How much was this bill? $924 hospital bill that I, for like some minor thing I did in 2024. And it's like, oh, we're going to go to collections now. And it's because they accidentally charged it to the wrong insurance. Wild stuff. Okay, looks like Migration will be the final map, guys, in a moment. Alrighty. What's up? Did something happen? Did I miss something? Alrighty. The score is 2-1 in favor of TaToH, as we are now here in game number 4. TaToH 1 game away from knocking out TaToH. We are here on Migration once again. It'll feature TaToH in the blue as the Malay to the southwest, and to the northeast in the Rouge as the Bengalis. It will be TaToH. Tournament life on the line. I mean, these are just, you know, such good all-around Navy civs. Was sure it was game 5? No, the game we jumped into was game number 3, not game number 4. Yeah, they were tied up at 1-1, and then yeah. It was long enough. It was a long one. Popular in the Western world. Yes. Why would we ever be okay with people going somewhere else for work and better opportunities, which has literally been the case for literally the case for literally all of literally human history. Anyway, it means migration. We're likely to see the same thing. It isn't, people should not exactly. No Keton Hulks in this one. Make AoE players sad. Well, I hate to say it, not 4 and 4 squared. This is a water map tournament, which again is a stark difference with all of the other tournaments that are dominated by water and hybrid maps. Sad, yeah. Oh, TaToH says he needs to talk to the admins. What's the issue? Guys, do you see an issue here? No, he's got berries. I mean, it's a little annoying to push deer from the side of the map, but it's possible. No extra sheep? Should have 6 in total. Just mill them? Except you don't build a mill very early on this map at all. Well, it's TaToH who's asking for the re or something. Who's older than... The oldest pro player is... Who's older between TaToH and Doubt? Not too sure who's older between them. I mean, both of them have been around since the beginning, basically. Well, Mem is older than both of them, but he's not a top player. Obviously, he's a caster. $25? Yeah, sorry, my bad. My bad. Top play in your mind? Well, that's always a good thing. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is, unless it's like somehow impossible to push those deer, which it usually isn't, even if it is, again, a bit annoying. I no idea what the issue is right now. Wait, hold on. My deers are unpushable. Okay. All on the edge of the map. Happened to me my first 2 games. 1 deer couldn't push. I can't push 3. They are not checking Discord yet, it seems. Okay, we can wait. Nothing. Let's just read. This had to be a re. Save time. Just answered. Okay. Also a team game tournament? Yeah, but no one likes hosting team game tournaments, man. Big Sag. And less unit variety. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? They added another completely different type of unit. And they added a bunch more technologies. They're much harder to schedule. There can be fewer games, and people are just less interested. Key West, I have no idea who did the maps. Like, viewership is always worse for team game tournaments than it is for 1v1 tournaments. And because it's also way more effort to try and make those, then there's no reason to do it. Team game tournaments, Nilly thinking? I mean, I'm sure Nilly wants some team game tournaments, but someone has to want to organize them. I seriously have no idea what the issue is. Whoa! It was like everything happened at once. Global player pool, it is very hard. As someone who has organized team game tournaments, it is hard. Well, we did have cartographers recently, which is 2v2, but I think that a lot of people would differentiate 2v2 from the larger team games. All right, 53 seconds, and we'll get the re going. Ten seconds. Yeah, again, like, are deer really unpushable? I mean, it's DE, of course. Anything can happen, but yeah, that's not usually that bad. Anyway, here we are, guys. Game number 4, take 2. TaToH in the red is the Bengalis to the west, and to the southeast in the blue as the Malay at TaToH. Look at those deer, pushable. Look at those deer, also pushable. Oh, is it migration in particular, T90? You had to fix our migration versions? Again, I don't put it past DE to have actually unpushable deer. A re-reason? if you can't push deer on migration, you are at an enormous disadvantage. Because it's not like other maps where you can do something other than push deer. Yeah. Anyway, everything's fine and dandy this go around, which is all that matters. Unpushable as a mindset. That is very true. Very, very true. You have East Coaster and Europeans and some... I mean, yeah, it's... organizing tournaments is not easy at all to do in AoE, and the admins really are the unsung heroes of all the tournaments. Is Re on migration, so there's precedent? Oh, okay. Team games? Again, I love team games. To me, team games are still the most enjoyable way to both play and watch AoE 2. Like, I feel like team games do the best job of reminding us that we play AoE to have fun. And we sort of, you know, just have a good time. But of course, like, I mean, I enjoy all the modes in AoE, but I'm just weird like that. Anyway, just 5 villagers here on the early deer. So you can see TaToH is altering his build a little bit. You can get away with 5 villagers on deer that you can't get away with 5 villagers on sheep to maintain TC production, and it will just allow you to get a little bit of a faster dock. Looks like maybe we are seeing the exact same thing from TaToH, and indeed we are. Get mad at your friends, yeah. Do their gameplay? Oh no! Oh no! So, yeah, Malay Bengalis, I don't really think we can give either Civ an enormous edge in this situation. They're both really freaking good, unlike every map. I feel like, personally, I'm always going to feel a little bit more comfortable with Malay. Just because they feel so flexible, and that you can go a lot more aggressive if you really need to. Bengalis are just going to want to kind of cruise throughout early to mid-game, leverage those extra villagers, and then take efficient fights with your extra HP regenerating ships. There was an admin re, because apparently the deer were unpushable at the side of the map. And no, in theory, there is also Dark versus Sorakuma that's going on right now, and then there's a TaToH versus Stoneplease series, which is the actual last series of the day. But like I said, I'm just going to keep casting until I run out of things to cast. A lot of fun. Oh yeah, I mean the 4v4 series or 3v3 plus 4v4 series I casted the other day, that was between LY and Tag, was just a ton of fun. Really good series. I mean, that Arabia game actually, like, in my mind, was close to a Game of the Year contender. Still, nothing too crazy to talk about so far in this particular game. They're doing their normal stuff. Are we going to see the fast castle? Are we going to see, like, the feudal age make some galleys but still have, like, 8+ fishing ships? University, it sure does. Team game? Oh yeah, it was so many good memories of old school team game casting. Look at this house. Not perfectly placed, blocking farm space. So disappointing. Second dock is in faster here for TaToH. Already going to be getting a little bit of a fishing eco advantage. Third lumber camp as well. He was almost... I know. This house, any veteran AoE player will see a house in this position and know exactly what happens. Everybody knows who's played this game enough will know that what this exact house position means. So, you are essentially, like, half a fishing ship, if not slightly more ahead. Even a third dock now on the way. Now, the rush distance is relatively short here on the southern side for migration. Not that either player is going to have any awareness of that. Although, honestly, I mean, you start kind of close to the edge of the map here. Maybe you could guess that, but it's still not necessarily obvious. Because, like, if you're TaToH, you could think Kapach is right over here, and then not over here. And, again, same deal if you are Kapach. Like, for all Kapach knows, TaToH is way on the opposite side of the map, and it's a very long rush distance. Dead water? Oh, yeah. Fish last longer? That is a Civ bonus. Well, that means part of the Mayan Civ bonus. I mean, you could use... Should there be a Civ that just has, like, fish specifically last, like, 40% longer or whatever? I mean, you could do that. It would be a good bonus, for sure. But it would also be a bonus that's literally only useful on water maps, and the devs seem to want to shy away a bit from bonuses that are, you know, only useful on water maps, especially if it's an eco bonus. Because if the Civ only has an eco bonus on water maps and has no eco bonus on land maps, they're going to play out extremely differently. It's really difficult to balance. That's why you have, you know, the fishing ship bonus Civs, like Malay, like Italians, like Japanese. They all have something on the land maps as well. So it's a tricky thing to balance for sure. Is applied to, well, that's the Malay bonus, right? You have cheaper fish traps, and then they last a very, very long time. Fisherman maps as well. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, there are far crazier things you could do, like taking trebuchets away from a Civ and giving them traction trebs. That would be way crazier than having a fish bonus like that. Give it to Bulgarians? Yes, give Bulgarians a reason to use their amazing navy for water maps. Heroes? Well, at least heroes are bad. Traction trebs are either bad or broken and nothing in between. Transport ship coming in. Underrated? I mean, maybe, but still, you'd rather just play Magyars, right? That's the issue with Bulgarians. It's just, wouldn't you rather play another Civ? Are in 4 docks? Hanna tu se ne, yes. Alright, so it is just pure on galleys here for TaToH. It's not a fast castle. Like, this is kind of the variant of the 2 defensive dock meta that we saw previously, where against a fast castle, you could click up fast enough yourself, or if they were going for like a forward dock and fire ships, it would also work there as well. So this seems to be the current adaptation to how the meta plays out on migration. Because you're still getting a good castle age time, but it's not a pure fast castle. You still got double bit axe. You're still making a bunch of galleys. American ice cream counting on here? Yes. Well, 24 to 16 fishing ships. That's a 50% advantage if I've ever seen one. At a barrack and siege workshop discount like the Cuman one? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. There are definitely things you can do with Bulgarians. I don't know. My concern with that particular change is that, like, do we really want to make the Bulgarian Men-at-Arm rush stronger? It's like the only thing they do well, but they are extremely good at it. Even the gold mining upgrade coming in here for TaToH as eco is going to be crazy. Forward docks? Yes. It's the same logic that applied to the previous meta that I was talking about with forward docks and fire ships. I think we saw that in Warlords or TTL or one of those tournaments. This feels like you're just asking yourself to get galley rushed. It's the one thing they do well? Exactly. Oh, we got the clankers getting constructed, guys. I will always be racist towards robots. Robotist, if you will. Anyway, relevant. Castle Age upgrades coming in here as well, even getting that fishing lines upgrade for all those fishing ships. DC is coming up in the middle of the map here for TaToH. He's still down 7 villagers. This is just another example of Malay eco, especially when leveraged properly and just getting all those Dark Age fishing ships. Though the counter, it can be the case, but they're still very fragile, especially as the galleys climb in numbers. But you can see right here, Iron Casting is in for TaToH. He's also getting the Careening upgrade, getting that extra Pierce armor. He already has Clinker Construction. But yeah, pulls are another one of those civs that are very difficult to balance. Like, in my mind, the pulls are actually still feel extremely strong on closed maps right now, but there's so many civs in the game that you, like, need a reason to pick them on open maps, and you currently have 0 reason to pick them on open maps. Anyway, good play so far from TaToH as far as taking fights goes, and he's got his TC in the middle, so all of that is quite good, but you still have to be concerned about being behind by 1,100 resources, so many fewer, or so fewer fishing ships, I guess would be proper English, being removed. I mean, it makes pulls much less, like, not broken in the late game, but it can feel very oppressive in the late game. A true eco bonus? Well, I mean, you don't need an eco bonus to have a good and balanced civilization. Although most civs do have an eco bonus, but... I mean, Byzantines and Magyars are the only civs I'd say that have literally 0 eco bonus. And most civs have what I would consider, or a lot of civs have what I would consider a minor eco bonus. Spanish? I mean, it's close, but I think the faster working builders is just enough of an eco bonus to consider it an eco bonus. Imp, only if you're going for my legendary fast imp guild strategy. OP. You know, I've sometimes thought about, like, how OP would you have to make a civ that could be balanced with starting with 2 villagers? Anyway, some nice kills there from TaToH, guys. Now, you can see the villager numbers are much more even. You have control of the middle, at least to some degree here already, as TaToH. He's got tons of room to spread out. He's getting his bunks out. He's going to start picking up relics. There's only 1 villager building that TC, so it's actually going to come in quite a while. Hey, where's that transport ship going? Huh? What are you doing there, man? Bloom coming in now for TaToH, but again, he's just been taking some good fights. This doesn't change the eco difference, though. Again, way more of everything collected except stone, which, to be fair, TaToH is about ready to drop a castle. And Rothos should be pretty good against the Karambits. High melee armor, and you have the trample damage for some reason. I mean, the demo, I guess, is still technically value. Yeah, so TaToH's close to clicking up. Need to make sure you don't lose your navy before you get to Imperial Age, though, and you can see that TaToH is trying to keep up with the pressure. Got good upgrades for his ships. Got more hulks on the way for TaToH. Good player? Yeah, it would be something, though. Like, start with 2 villagers, but start in Feudal Age was still probably broken, right? Castle Age coming in here right in the middle of the map. Now, as TaToH, you know there's a dock here, so you might suspect that there's a TC here, or even if there isn't a TC, there are probably some buildings over here. So this castle is going to be amazing for him. I mean, look at his scouting as well. He knows the exact shape of the island. He knows that this will just establish an amazing choke point for him. But yes, TaToH, as Malay, is going to be getting up to Imp very, very soon. Your archery? Well, you start with 200 wood, and would need to build houses, so you can't make an archery range right away. Yes, certainly TaToH is a very good migration player. Although TaToH himself is very versatile. Well, I mean, honestly, you're taking a good fight now as TaToH, and you can see that, yes, hulks are extremely good, But Hulk plus Galley means that all the ships are fighting a bit more comfortably than Hulk v Hulk, and those galleys just do so much damage to the Hulks if you can keep them safe from the enemy Hulks. Because, 2 Pierce Armor versus 9 attack, that's still 7 damage a hit onto those Hulks with your War Galleys. 44 seconds to Imperial Age, you're getting Ballistics now as well. You have some Rata on the way. With a bunch of extra resources. I mean, it would probably just be cheese strats every game. Alright, Siege Workshop coming in. Looks like that monk is also gonna get picked off. And a half Fatoria. Or Fatoria. No, even better, it's... You start with just a half-constructed Fatoria. It's like when I looked across the DMZ into North Korea and I just saw all of the half-completed buildings. Anyway, guys, Bracer and Heavy Warships about to be in here. There is a defensive castle, so you can see that TaToH is doing a pretty good job of trying to control this channel area. You have 6 Pierce Armor now on the Galleons, though. Mangonel going to be coming forward as well. Resources and nobles. You're just stuck. Well, this looks like it might still just be enough here for TaToH. There is another castle coming in. No, we don't do civ downsides in AoE. Except for if a civilization has a very powerful starting Dark Age eco bonus. Which is, again, literally just Huns and Chinese. And Mayans. Obviously. Well, that castle is a good one. Is there a siege? Okay, no siege workshop. Chemistry's almost in, but in theory, you still should be able to make a siege workshop and build some bombard cannons. Again, TaToH, just like the last game, guys, big eco. But what can he do? Actually, no, I say he's a big eco. TaToH's still ahead in resources because, again, Malay are both a fun and balanced civ. TaToH, alas, no castle for Thalassocracy. If you guys haven't seen my my video where I broke down the new water balance, if you haven't seen Malay harbors garrisoned full of fishing ships, it is truly a joy to watch, especially with heated shot. Just fires a gajillion arrows. Yes, I do think that the Malay bonus does need to be nerfed in terms of fast drop time. I love the design of the bonus, but I do think it's just overtuned. Anyway, some more fishing ship kills there. Yeah, I mean, really, Malay should have to research it every game. Fishing ship's trying to make it back to the dock. What? No, just jump into the dock. No. Oh boy, now we have TaToH losing a bunch of villagers. All of his fishing ships are gone. You still have 15 as blue. Don't just freaking run into the castle fire, though. At launch, yes, it was even more OP at launch, I remember. Oh boy, some kissing castles over here. But it looks like one in which TaToH is going to have the advantage. Oh no, is that how TaToH gets eliminated with a doubt castle? Oh dear. Yeah, both castles go up, and you can make petards in Castle Age here as TaToH, which again is something. But you can, of course, bring cannon galleons over as well. Actually, the cannon galleons are just going to focus down this castle first, which is, of course, fine. Now, here's the deal, though. This is the only issue for TaToH. To quote Professor Hubert Farnsworth, you only have one small problem, and it's a big one. You don't have gold. TaToH has 5 relics. He has all the middle map control. Okay, castle being built over there. I mean, you need gold. You literally have none right now as TaToH. And another TC on the way. The galleons there just being a little bit annoying. Trebuchet is out. An episode, are you quoting? I don't remember the exact episode. No, you can make petards a castle. That was my point, is that you can make petards so you can actually win this castle war despite being an age behind. And there's Imp on the way for TaToH, guys. He is not forever Castle Age. He has a big resources collected lead at this point. Oh, look at that. The castle got the petard, though. I actually lost a game yesterday because my units would not pop out on the right side of the building. It is really annoying. Like, I was planning on having some knights pop out of a stable, like, on the left side so they could, like, trap and kill a bunch of archers, and instead they popped out on the right side, and the archers just immediately shot and killed them. Because they had to walk all the way around the stable, and the archers hit every single shot. Still, the castle's gonna survive. Yeah, I lost another petard right there, because it didn't pop out in the right way. Overall build numbers are even, guys. I mean, these guys they're playing a real series. No elite cannon galleon, mind you, so it's difficult to properly range the enemy buildings. Have some archery ranges on the way. Now, it's actually TaToH who has 0 gold, or 0 vills on gold. He does have 5 relics, and he does have gold he can take over here. Not really over there, unfortunately. Difference, the score is more of a suggestion than necessarily fact. But I think the big thing for TaToH is that he secured gold. And he can even take gold over here to the east of the map. And he does see that.
Hi.
I mean, the score is water, but it's also very important. And also, resources destroyed again, heavily in favor of TaToH. Another castle coming in. We have more Rata on the field. I mean, TaToH does need vills on gold. Also, these vills are going to get idle very soon, because he's going to have nothing to do with them except maybe make more farms, but he doesn't really need a ton of food right now. Apa Shasanyana Baniga. 5 cannon galleons here going after those castles. Still important. Having that water control is TaToH. Got 2 more Rathas on the way, but you can't get all the upgrades you need without gold. And yes, I know you have 5 relics, but 5 relics is only 7.5 villagers worth of gold income, and you need more than that to go for gold units. Especially if you also need to upgrade them. That castle's going to go down. It will be only on 1 with no stone. I mean, you've lost, what, 3 castles at this point? I think. Yeah, 3 castles have been lost at this point for TaToH. Also, he's housed. Awkward. And still, this naval control being flexed by TaToH, just giving him a constriction on the map. More archer-related upgrades coming in as well. I'm sure TaToH would like to add in some skirmishers as best he can. That would be really annoying because it's the most annoying Christmas song. The relics are garrisoned right here. But, I mean, if this whole area is getting blown up, then it doesn't really matter. You've lost the game anyway. And it looks like everything is getting blown up over here. Again, lots and lots of idle villagers right now for TaToH. There's just nothing for him to do. That would annoy me. No! Alright, more gold being secured. Again, absolutely critical for TaToH. Skirmisher upgrades coming in, and he is looking to be in a good spot to take this game number 4 and the series. 46 villagers killed to 21. Yes, he's behind in resources, but he's just taken such good fights. There are 3 trebuchets here to 1. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, TaToH needed to be able to fight for some degree of parity on the water so that, you know, he's not getting so much of the map's surface area denied. And he would also need to be able to ferry his villagers over, which he's been able to do neither. But, well, I mean, again, the score was kind of lying a little bit earlier, but it's just the fact that, you know, TaToH got to Imperial Age, and he fell behind in terms of all semblance of map control, both in the middle island and on the water. Yeah, this one's super over. But, yep, TaToH going to be making it to the round of 16. I mean, TaToH's been a bit quiet in events recently. Hasn't had a huge result since the last Warlords. Rotha's trying to get some value over here. Own skirm, always to make your own skirmishers. Again, why would you make literally any other unit in the game? In fact, I don't know why this says anything other than skirms.
Yep.
Doesn't even make sense. Well, at the very least, TaToH is buying himself a bit more time, but the question is time into what purpose? He's way behind in eco-efficiency. All those vills are basically wasted pop right now. I mean, he just happens to have a castle that is out of range of cannon galleons, which, I mean, I guess is something, but you also have siege engineers coming in for the Malay player. Then he loses the bombard cannon for no reason. This is pretty excruciating. Water skirm, exactly. Well, yeah. Guys, I'm not sold. It's not over. I'm struggling to find a win condition right here. It feels like all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Extended warranty. Architecture coming in. Oh my god. He's got no water control. He's got no land control. I mean, he's not really gathering many resources. TaToH's coming in with another castle. That trap's taking 900 damage. Yeah, there you go. TaToH with the 3-1 win will be taking down TaToH. 48 Warhulks made. And they all died. I mean, TaToH just kept on taking good fights and was able to apply that pressure, not even with the imp timing. It was like a late Castle Age play when TaToH was focusing a little bit too much on the land. And although TaToH had some decent moments afterwards, he just wasn't really able to get rid of this landing, which again gave TaToH the gold he needed to take over the entire map. Still a pretty close game there until the very end, and we are not done yet. Not yet. Is... Okay, maybe the Dark versus Sorakuma set's over? Okay, yeah, it looks like Sorakuma won 3-1. Right, let me just update the title one last time. It's going to be TaToH versus Stoneplease. And they will be in game number 1. And they just started as well, I think. Nope, never mind. I just failed to download match content. Classic! Sigh. He called Lewis? No, that set was much earlier. We've just been bouncing between sets. And now we're going to be getting into TaToH versus Stoneplease. This is going to be game number 1. They're 17 minutes into it. And then we can set up the scoreboard afterwards. All right. We set up the scoreboard for one final time. This is game number 1, and we are going right back to migration. But. It's Ketons, guys. Again, Ketons 3-0 on this map from what I have personally seen. And it hasn't even been remotely close. The Keton Hulks are just way too powerful to stop. Triple dipping into those attack upgrades. And they just murder everything. That said, TaToH, obviously, no slouch of a player. He is going to be the better player on paper. And we got a transport ship coming in. And double... Okay, so this is like the old school play. I wonder if this is the counter. Again, this is just not something we've seen all that much. Well, I mean, it's double forging for everything. I mean, that's just how the bonus works, right? It isn't a Hulk-specific bonus. No Civ has a Hulk-specific bonus. And look, this 7 kills to 2 deaths. This might be the counterplay. Oh, wait, never mind. Hold on. I lied. Never mind. Double forging. Oh, I got that backwards. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. What happens when you're on super speed? Yep, never mind. This game's super over. Yep. Uh-huh. It looks exactly like this every single time. Lol, 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 lol. Look at the 16-ville lead. Castle coming in here for Stoneplease. Sure, why not? Counterplay exists? I mean, TaToH tried something else, right? Oh, hey, this is also, as the kids say, a thing. Oh my god. Stoneplease took game number 1 over TaToH, and now 4-0. 4-0. Again, from what I have personally seen on this map. And again, none of the games have been even remotely close. All right, now we can update the scoreboard here. It's still 95%. That's insane. Hey, are we anymore? Yeah, man. All right, are they in the next game yet? They are not. And oh boy, it's Aquarina. Ketons were pick number 2, although Japanese were pick number 2 for TaToH. To Stoner. Stoneplease is a German player who used to be one of those guys that Ornlu beat super regularly on the ladder back in the Voobly days, but then he got good and I didn't. But he's a highly rated player on the ladder, but he doesn't really like play a lot in tournaments, I think. All right. Game number 2 will be in here shortly. See what TaToH can do on Aquarina. Jordan Smurf? No. Aqua Regia? Yes, that's the Latin name for it. Alrighty. For Ketons? I mean, that's like how the Civ is balanced for land maps. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 2. TaToH taking it. I mean, on paper, shocking first loss, but at the same time, it's like, we've only seen that win. Just for ships, but that's just, like, that's not how the bonus works. They get double the effect for forging. It's not, like... pending on specific units or whatever. That's not how any bonus in AoE works. 25 tournament games a year? That still feels pretty low. I don't know, he just doesn't ever feel like as active in the community as some of the other people. Bonus, I mean, I'm sure they thought, oh yeah, that would be neat, but then they didn't really test out what played out in practice because, again, of the triple dipping of effects. I mean, I think they just need to make it so that forging only applies to the first hook or whatever, like it does with every other multiple arrow unit. Like, can you imagine if all of the attack upgrades applied to every single Chuko new arrow? So you'd get, what is it right now? 14 attack on your first arrow, and then 7 attack on the other arrows. That would be so stupid. You like that? No. Not for Chinese, at least. Yes, but no Chinese on this map, so no dragon ships. Burgundians, Now, this is a slower map. It's not like Immersion, so you can leverage the early fishing boosts. But are they a good enough navy in the late game to really feel excited? I mean, you don't have shipwright. I guess your cannon galleons are pretty good. No dry dock as well. I mean, missing heavy demo ship isn't too big of a deal. First arrow, yeah. The Dutch Navy? Unfortunately, the Dutch were not a naval powerhouse in the AoE2 timeframe. In fact, the Dutch didn't exist as an independent entity in the AoE2 timeframe. I don't even know if the AoE3 Dutch were very good on water. But then again, nobody played AoE3 water. The Dutch were super popular on land maps, and they were one of my favorite civs. Well, fishing ships are, of course, going to be on the way. And probably once that second dock comes in is when you want to research fishing lines. Well, yeah, Stoneplease is up 1-0, but again, he did win with Keton Hulks on Migration, which again, I have literally never seen the, I've never seen that lose. So cool, but they were awful to play with. Like, they were so clunky. Like, you had to fire broadside with everything, and they didn't, they were, yeah, not a fun unit. Any of those were fun units to play with. Gun trade on the water. But it wasn't like Navy, like water fighting, because in the Middle Ages that wasn't, like, the Atlantic, there were no, I think, major wars on the Atlantic. Waves, yeah, exactly. We're on the North Sea, technically. Whereas many of the other, like, actual Navy civs did a lot more fighting, actually, on the waters. Alright. Actually, still on the first dock is when he's getting fishing lines. Again, I don't know, like, the exact mathematically perfect time to get it as Burgundians here. AoE campaign. Noryang Point in 1598 is the latest AoE 2 event. And AoE 3 basically starts in the early 1600s, so that's basically the cutoff is 1600. Open ocean? Yes. But wait a minute, weren't the longboats galleys? Technically? I mean, it was oar plus sail power. They were so fast. In 1595, yes. Exactly. All right, another dock coming in way over here to the side, actually. Well, Eco at the moment is still pretty comparable, which isn't really saying that much for Burgundians in all honesty. Faster in getting the fishing ships out. And Feudal Age is on the way here for Mr. TaToH. Clinker. Did they have clinker construction built? I have no idea what clinker built means. All I know is that in the show Vikings, Floki is quite the weirdo. To the Mediterranean Sea because they have less strong winds and the skies were far more maneuverable. Yeah, that makes sense. A second trip to Greenland? Oh, yeah, certainly. Seas be rough. I mean, just think how insane the Mediterranean was for developing an early civilization, that you had such easy cross-connection between so many different places. Like, up until technology reached the point when you could comfortably sail all around the world in the open oceans, like having an enclosed sea like the Mediterranean is wild. My galleys, Ripperino. All right. Double bidax and fishing lines both coming in here for TaToH. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the Mediterranean is like super easy and you know, relaxing all the time. I mean, it has storms as much as anywhere else does. Or Atlantic, yeah. No, indeed. But then you also have like the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, which both also just never really had the amount of people around it. Oh, what the heck? Oh, yeah, a little bit awkward on the build here, but I guess you're clicking up still. Yep, Red Sea also helped out for people who lived up and down the Red Sea. TaToH being a little bit cheeky there. But as things stand, it's Aquarina. Stoneplease is now getting a big eco lead, so here we actually do see those fishing upgrades really start to pay off. Gill Nets itself is in as well. And we got galleys here for Stoneplease. Middle Ages? Oh yeah, I mean, the Black Sea still had people around it, right? It's just not to the same degree that the Mediterranean did. Because it seems like a lot of the coast of the Black Sea seems fairly inhospitable, whereas most of the Mediterranean coast seems pretty conducive for human civilization. Burgundians, especially now that you can get the cheaper and earlier fishing ship upgrades, are pretty good if you can have a passive early game, which is exactly what Ocarina gives us. The issue is they're also very not impressive in the late game because they miss shipwright and dry dock. And heavy demo, for that matter. Well, the Vikings did a lot of crazy things. I mean, it also required, you know, a culture that was so heavily maritime-based. I mean, it's like what the Polynesians did, right? Just like, we'll just sail into the distance, see what happens. I think just part of it is just really having that more aquatic, exploratory culture. Yeah, the Hulks are anti-fire ships. Crazy? Yes. I mean, Crimea was still a very important place to control for most of history, as in including literally today. Well, it was also much harder to stay alive back in the day. Anyway, Siphons is now coming in here for the fire ships. Bengalis do not have incendiaries, but or heavy demo, but they have everything else. And interestingly, neither player going fast imp. They're both making tons of Castle Age Navy. No extra TCs as of yet, though. So far, it's fire ships with some hulks for TaToH, and war galley with some hulks and some fire galleys or fire ships for Stoneplease. Still, 1,400 more resources is not insignificant. You got careening coming in as well. Just doing a little bit of raiding right there. TaToH just has the one fishing ship kill. Yeah, I mean, Stoneplease has a nice navy, but what can he do with it right now? Bodkin is now in for TaToH. Careening is going to be huge for those ships. And you also have Siphons. Let's see, guys. Is this going to be enough? The war galleys are mostly fighting fire ships, and the fire ships are fighting the hulks. This feels like a very good setup to the fight for TaToH. This is the first decisive engagement of the game. But is it going to be enough to deal with just the raw numbers that Stoneplease has? And currently, that answer is no. Could be good, and games just never really get there. Because you need to have water control of the middle to build a castle or tower, and if you already have middle control, haven't you won the game already without the need to build up a bunch of defensive structures? You know what I mean? Anyway, good fight there for Stoneplease, and he just had more ships, and he's continuing to build up even more. Ballistics is now on the way for blue. Now, you do have these sea towers, which help out, but they're not as good as the one on Shoals, which has, 4 arrows? This one only has 1. I mean, they still do a good amount of damage, but against a huge Castle Age fleet like this, it's not going to be as impressive. Anyway, here we go. Huge lead in TaToH, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Careening coming in as well, and Stoneplease just looking better prepared than TaToH right now. Again, just +5 in the KD, and those are fishing ships. It's just Stoneplease has so many more ships. TaToH trying to back up to the safety of this sea tower here. TaToH is on his way to Imp. Not for Stoneplease, but he's got a lot of Navy knocking on his sword. What? Yeah, just, snipe the tower there. Up. Well, I mean, again, it's still not like that much of an advantage here for Stoneplease. Like, he's got a huge score lead. Sea towers affected by heated shot? Yes. I mean, Stoneplease is about to click up to Imp, but he's still going to have a big timing disadvantage relative to his opponent. But the first transport ship is on the way. Actually, nice kill there from TaToH. 2.5 minutes faster to Imp, and TaToH has an okay-sized navy. Sea Tower's still doing some good damage here, and there's Imp for TaToH. Racer chemistry immediately on the way. TaToH trying to go with the side TZ, but the wolves are just going to be killing everything, man. And remember, you still really don't have a great late-game navy with the Burgundians due to missing shipwright. And right now, Stoneplease is backing off. What else is okay-sized? Apples? Yeah, I'd say they're okay-sized. Anyway, Bracer's in. Galleon's going to be in here in a moment. And this could be exactly what TaToH's looking for to turn this around, but he's not able to take the fight quite yet. 7 seconds still till the upgrade, but now it's in. Well, the thing is, Castle Age hulks can still sort of hang in there against fire ships. The war galleys just deal 1 damage to them, so this is still going to be overall more efficient for TaToH, but is it going to be enough? You got Dry Dock coming in here as well. 15 seconds now to Imp, but Stoneplease didn't really take the best fight there. He's still slightly ahead in Res Destroy, but not by much. Gonna just try and buy more time. Okay, now you need to get heavy warships immediately. Just cancel the ships you need to. You need that upgrade. It's still a little more than a minute. Ballistics is on the way for TaToH as well. And TaToH now with a positive KD. There's also a monk looking to pick up some relics. TaToH already has 2, interestingly. Both players, of course, paying good attention to that. Is TaToH also going to try and go for a side TC, I think, finally. Chemistry on the way. Still no bracer yet, as you just don't quite have the resources as Stoneplease. Is TaToH now taking a lead in that aspect. Oh, boy. No way that thing survives. Yeah, I didn't think so. No way. Like, that's just a matter of principle for TaToH. So, the imp upgrades are in, but Stoneplease still has a navy lead, and the fast fire ships are, well, fast. Krillin dies again. Thank you so much for the 5 months. TaToH finally researching Loom. It makes his villagers harder to kill. Chemistry not quite in yet, and you still have that last defense upgrade that you just don't have as the Burgundians. And is this exactly what TaToH's looking for? We have some Caracs on the way. We got Carvel Hole coming in as well. Chemistry's in, and again, that extra damage is super helpful for those galleys, especially since they don't have Bracer in yet either. Stoneplease better not forget that he needs Bracer. You better not forget, man. Iron casting coming in here as well. You can see the galleons trying to shoot at the other galleons, but you just don't have as much here for Stoneplease. Got a Carac in, but it's just going to get blown up by the enemy galleons. Especially without careening in either. And TaToH fighting his way back. He's got the score lead. He's ahead nicely and resources destroyed. Bills go. Oh, yeah. And you just need to scooch back. Okay, TC actually over here on the eastern side of the map. And Stoneplease just might not quite have enough oomph to take him take it over. Hulk versus Fires is more like Knights versus Camels. Something like that. TaToH did not give up on the Western TC. I think populations are even. But it seems like this fire ship combo with the galleon support to immediately snipe the Hulks is making a huge difference. Still. Also, you have the HP regeneration for your ships, which is quite nice. TaToH, great KD right now. Yeah, fast fire ships are very fast now. Still, triple TCs. Blue's going to run out of gold here really soon, I think. He's got 2k gold left. Oh, yeah, that in itself is probably pretty close to game losing at this point. But yeah, it just looks like Stoneplease is running out of steam. Alas, alas. And yeah, having no control of either side. And see, just not aware. He's now the TC. He has no idea about that TC. And TaToH also got those relics earlier, and Stoneplease never did. His one monk got sniped. It's just those little things that really separate, you know, a great player from an amazing player. Yeah, TaToH's also close to a castle. Can drop one maybe like over here. Or over here. Yeah, I mean, you're both spending an enormous amount of gold just to keep the machine of war flowing. This is the first, like, actual back-and-forth game I've seen on this map, though. And it didn't involve Chinese. Maybe that's why. Yeah, TaToH just barely able to make it up to Imperial Age in time. I mean, it was close, close, close. But now things are looking mighty good for TaToH. Yeah, Stoneplease is still missing Carvel Holes. He's missing Incendiaries. He doesn't even get Dry Dock, of course. And TaToH still taking good fights. He's on 91 bills to 76 as well, so again, showing some good macro. Just I don't think there's going to be enough of a way to take good enough fights. TaToH now is getting a big old score lead. Those fishing ships are also going to get torched by the fast fire ships. It's just water, yes. It's just water on a map that is like 90% water. Castle over there to the west. So TaToH can rush up conscription. That will not affect his ships at all. Always very important to do for all pro players. Did he get incendiaries? No, not even that. Hey, TaToH should just be able to grind his way through this one. Again, literally the second you run out of water of gold here, you're dead. Stoneplease already selling wood. All about the fight efficiency for TaToH, able to just barely stay alive. Those two villas are going to get the castle down eventually, don't you worry. Also, missing Bracer this entire time is, like, not something that you should also easily recover from. As TaToH, almost 50 population ahead. Looking good. Ornlu a yawn. Well done, TaToH, tying the series up at 1 apiece. Of course, just able to take those good fights with Imperial Age. Way ahead in gold collected as well. Toxic? You just type GG after the resignation. Hello, Mr. Diff Tom. So, TaToH ties it right back, but again, it's still very close. And that is the Burgungans losing to the Bengalis, third pick from each player. And that is Aquarina. That was TaToH's #1 home map. So we have Water Nomad, Islands, and Immersion Blender. And it's going to be Immersion because we have to see it in every freaking set. Ugh. Minute 17, and we will be getting into the next game. All right. Hello, Golly. All right, the game number 3. We are all tied up at 1 apiece, and it will feature TaToH in the red to the north as the Portuguese, and to the south in the blue as the Georgians. Having a moment of silence? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, Portuguese always going to be a very good civ. Georgians, meanwhile, definitely still good on this map. Common theme? It was just that game. The imp water balance actually seems pretty good all around. Alright, nice early dock here for Stoneplease. Yeah, you can see he was taking some extra trees over there just so he can get the early dock. That said, what's the point of an early dock if you can't do anything with it? Let's see the difference in timing here when the first fishing ship actually comes out. The longest cast in a day? 14 hours? One of the hidden cups last day was like it was 3 best of 7s. And also with a lot of downtime. We're at 5 hours right now. We're doing just fine. Aw, rip the deer. I mean, you still are going to get a faster fishing ship out here, but you can see you just spent early villager time building a dock that isn't doing anything. Ideally, especially because you don't have a shorefish here that you can use the villager to build the dock to gather. This dock doesn't do anything until the first fishing ship is trained, so there's like a big lag time there. But I still care, man. I'm still like, every time I see that. Coastal forest? Laming? Oh, like just going super aggressive on flank? Anyway, dock here in the middle for TaToH. Interesting. That's 40 minutes? I mean, it is my job, and I've been doing it for a very long time. You build up the stamina. It's something all the AoE casters can do. There isn't any one of us that isn't accustomed to casting for extremely long days. Yeah, gonna be still 2 fishing ships ahead here at Stoneplease, so great early build from him. I mean, it could have been a little bit better if you just, you know, built the dock and then had immediately enough wood for a fishing ship, so we didn't have the extra early idle time. Yeah, he's still 2 fishing ships ahead. Oh, he's not making up another one right now. Don't know why. Oh, is he gonna go for a barracks early? Okay. The bite ass. Interesting. Was that the sunstone thing? Oh, look at that sad deer over there, man. Well, as things stand, although TaToH was slower in adding in the initial fishing ships compared to the Civ that can do it very fast, he's adding more over time. You can see he's going to have a 4th one pop out right now. Sail into the wind. Ah. Interesting. All right, it is going to be a Men-at-Arms rush here from Stoneplease. So, still going to be, I mean, he's faster up to Feudal Age as well. I mean, 5 fishing ships in the Dark Age is already quite a lot here from TaToH.
Get you, Lars.
And in come the militia. Now, TaToH will see this. They'll have plenty of forewarning. And we've seen on this map in the past, actually, players getting caught off guard. Open wind? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's just... It's hard for both rowing and sailing to go into the wind. Medieval naval history? I mean, who isn't? What kind of person wouldn't be interested in it? Alright, DBA on the way here for TaToH. His barracks is just about to be in, but like I said, he had so much forewarning that those quick walls are A-okay. And he's just adding in those extra fishing ships, no fear. There's the archery range coming in, and barring some major mistake, TaToH is cruising. Hammers, well, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get banned then. Drop the hammer. Underwater. Georgians can still get the very early fishing ships down because you start with the mule cart. So they're still amazing on hybrid maps that don't really have water as the focus in the late game. Like this one. They're very good on pond maps. But yeah, so far, Stoneplease not doing enough whatsoever. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know what TaToH was doing there, but I guess the bill is fine. Aw, sad tiger in a cage. Oh, TC even getting some arrows in right there. Still, thought coming forward here from Stoneplease, and TaToH is none... Oh, no, actually, he did see it. Very, very nicely done. Hulk is already almost out, and he's going to have forging, too. Yeah, so far, all of the aggression has fallen on deaf ears of TaToH. Got a mill coming in. Still, the onus on Stoneplease, I feel, to make something happen. It's TaToH just getting a nice amount of archers to defend, but the skirms are here, and the archers are kind of far out onto the map. And arms, of course, help versus Spearman. Another nice poke in, though. And those gold miners are arguably exposed, although the skirmishers would be very slow in killing them still. TaToH has his own scout left over, and it is full HP. Clutching is now on the way here for blue, and this just looks like any other tournament game, man. I mean, I get there also Hulk's happening, but it's like... Immersion is such an AoE 2 tournament-coded map. It just feels like we've seen so many games that look just like this one. Anyway, TaToH still gonna need to figure out a defense. Got a ton of archers queued up, but still none that are actually doing a whole lot. Archery range under threat. Hello, Boom. Okay, that is not quite in time. Or that is quite in time. Did I get a new mic? No, I just fixed the old one. Something changed the gain on it and the volume together, which combined to create something very messy. Anyway, that is the first villager kill of the game, and it is in favor of Stoneplease. Overall numbers are quite similar, but TaToH has the overall pond advantage. He's got 3 of them under his control, as this one is not likely going to be given up anytime soon, although forging is now in. TaToH also has the extra HP, remember, as the Portuguese. There's like a Windows update or something, and it maxed out both the volume and the gain I had on my mic, so it sounded really bad. But that is thankfully fixed. Nice kill there from TaToH, but he is having a bit of idle time. Volume? No, but they are separate settings. Like, I have microphone volume, and then the actual, like, that's on the computer, and then the gain, which is on the mic itself. And there's also a gain setting that I can add on top of that virtually through OBS. So there's, like, a lot of different, you know, dials and knobs you can turn. Anyway, scale mail armor even coming in here for Stoneplease. More hulking around as well. I mean, Stoneplease ain't giving up, man. Archers are all getting focused down, and although the men-at-arms never really got in, they're still being a presence. They're still helping to deal with the scouts and making it a bit more uncomfortable to take those fights, and TaToH is forced once again to flee back into the dock. He's lost 3 total villagers so far. And nothing fancy here. No trickery, strategies, or broken civs. This is just good play from Stoneplease. Market is on the way, but TaToH still should be the first one to click up. I mean, he can do it literally right now. Like, literally right now. Literally right now. Tatty. Oh, is there a drop? What the heck is happening? Okay, no idea what that was at all. But that was a huge screw up. Houses? You don't need build-to-build houses to click to Castle Age. Gale parting armor on its way, and looks like TaToH is going to be making a switch more concerted into the cavalry line, whereas Stoneplease, for his part, yeah, he doesn't have a stable whatsoever, so it's just one archery range for the time being. It's all spearmen and skirmishers. Attention, yeah, but you can't just delay your Castle Age by over 30 in-game seconds for no reason in a situation like this. Dock does go up here to the east as well. Remember, Stoneplease is the only one with any fishing presence on the outside. Nice here, though. Oh, sloppy micro there. I know I just said the S word, but I mean it. And TaToH has +1/+1 on those scouts. So that's been today. Oh, there have been some very good games. For sure. Oh, this is getting awkward, though. TaToH trying to fight his way right back into this one. Another scout is going to fall. Oh, you've got to be kidding. This is so painful. It's like they're not dying and they're not getting any damage done and a ton of idle time is being caused. S-word? Exactly. Well, we don't need to be polite to AI. We can use our Star Wars slurs. All right. Medium warships coming in. TaToH not going to want to give up fighting for the middle pawns here. Meanwhile, double stable now here for Stoneplease, so those were made just on the way up to Castle Age. Osa also coming in here for TaToH, first Monastery, and both players are sticking with the 1 TC for the time being. That dock is not happening at the moment. And just +1/+1 on the Knights, no bloodlines yet. Another dock over here to the west, making sure those fishing ships are still working. Fishing lines just now coming in for TaToH, and it is not in at all here for Stoneplease. Yes, apparently the Crocs did take a game off Doubt. Barrels? Yep, that was another big set. You couldn't see that one, unfortunately, because we were casting Nikov versus Lewis. Up. Good conversion there, but there are still plenty of nearby spearmen, and that's a lot of skirmishers, and TaToH could be making a critical blunder by not going for mass skirmishers. Bloodline's on its way now for TaToH. Hold on. That was just a very good series. Last game, Nikov won with triple Monastery Missionaries. All right, Bloodlines is in. Dash! Ash. Daddy. Ah. Nice quick balls there. All right. Why is the corgi back in my room now after I kick him out? So, yeah, I mean, there are, actual audio engineers who specialize in that. Dash! Anyway, big fight happening here. You do have the HP regeneration, which helps a little bit. Those monks are getting sniped, though. All right. Oh, I see that leg up from a dog. All right, Iron Casting also coming in here from Stoneplease, going to help out the Hulks as well as the Knights. Yeah, Keton Hulks 4-0 from what I've seen. But yeah, TaToH does seem to be getting more steadily ahead over time. Mental health. He is still very much a net positive on my mental health. All right, TaToH now back here on the water, and it really looks like he has just taken control of this game. Yeah, seagulls have always been flying in circles around the docks. No, TaToH tried something different. TaToH tried to go for the forward dock Hulk play. But they just got wrecked by the Keton Hulks. Why do I hear no audio? Okay, that was weird. Hold galleys? Yeah. They got sandwiched and got killed by the Hulks. Iron Casting coming in here from TaToH as well. Ten Knights to 13 Knights. I mean, Stoneplease still has the Knight advantage, but he's only on the 1 TC. He still doesn't even have Bloodline. Okay, no, literally as I say that, he's getting Bloodlines. Now, he is getting close to dropping a castle, and of course, Monospas are both fun and balanced. Yes, galleys do need a meat shield. Or wooden shield, in this case. All right, here we go, guys. Gotta be so careful with the Hulks two-shotting the monks. Oh, same thing goes on the other side. The converted Hulk gets 2 monk kills, and now Stoneplease has double the army. Uh-oh. Again, he's got comparable upgrades, the same upgrades, but also a little bit of HP regeneration. Is this enough, guys? Remember, a lot of the military for Stoneplease are Hulks, which aren't currently doing anything. Those Hulks do nothing. Those Hulks do nothing. TaToH's still fishing there, no problem. TaToH's still helping out over here with this Hulk having 6 kills. Yeah, all bonus damage against ships from, like, land units and buildings is exactly the same. So Spearmen are exactly as good as they were before. All right, now Stoneplease needs to go for a forward castle. He recognizes that fact, but TaToH is on 5 stable knight production. Stoneplease is on 2. He's also trying to add a TC. Uh-oh, this feels like it's not destined for domestic box office success. There's already a knight there. TaToH likely going to win this fight anyway. Just buys a ton of stone right there as he needs to. And this is, I still am kind of sure, a win for TaToH. Again, just a very misleading army number because of the 11 hulks that don't do anything at the moment. Too many ships that just don't do enough. Over-investing into water. Especially since TaToH still has 11 fishing ships working. And GG called. Build stone buildings faster, please. Exactly. But very well done there from TaToH. And it's like, it wasn't a super easy game for him. Stoneplease took some very good fights early on, but TaToH able to reverse that in mid-game, just taking better fight after better fight. You can see that right here, just taking those fights he needed to, even with the numbers deficit. Also, Stoneplease is one of the fastest players out there, in case you didn't know. 162 APM is ridiculous. So, TaToH is up 2-1. Portuguese over the Georgians. And that was also TaToH's other home map, so if Stoneplease is going to win, it's going to need to be on both Water, Nomad, and Islands. They're very different maps. Also, this is the last set, so I think the round of 16, in theory, should start tomorrow. No, it's TaToH who's 90% to win any one match versus Stoneplease. And another job reduction. Badge. Alright, Islands is the next one. Dravidians would be the best civ here for TaToH. And Vikings would be the best civ for Stoneplease, but that also might be the case on Water Nomad as well. So yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, minute 37, and we will be getting into game number 4. All right, 54 seconds. All right. Eaten by wolves, always eaten by wolves, man. Here we are, guys. Could be the last game of the day. we will have to see, as Stoneplease is going to be going for the classic here, Vikings on Islands. He will be in the blue to the southwest, tournament life on the line after a strong game number 1 win. A little bit outplayed by TaToH, especially in the later stages of the game. Meanwhile, TaToH himself is going to be in the red as the Burbros. The most Brosephine civ of all. To the northeast. And Berbers are one of those civs that can kind of compete with Vikings in a pure galley war, just because you have that extra maneuverability. So especially if you're confident in your micro, it's a totally workable matchup for Berbers here. Also, the islands are so freaking small, man. Actually, maybe the islands aren't small and the map is just larger. I think that's actually the case. Like, this isn't the normal, whatever, 120 by 120 tiles. Is that normally a tiny map? Something like that. Maybe this is like 140 or something. But yeah, I mean, you have plenty of space, actually. This doesn't look like it from the minimap. Now, is it going to be for a full galley rush? Because I've only seen islands once, and it was earlier today between Nikov and Lewis, and Nikov went for a forward, and it ended up being successful. So, are we going to see something similar to that as well? These two civs would generally point me more in the direction of galley rushing, but, I mean, who knows with this tournament. Also, we're going to see a forward dock or a back dock, also something to consider. How aggressive do these guys want to go, essentially? We will have to see. Fish, yes, there are literally plenty of fish in the sea. Overfishing has not been a problem yet. Anyway, 5 vills on wood, 5th vill on wood, dock incoming. All of this seems mighty normal to me. And there's going to be a dock on the way for TaToH in just a moment. Ah, actually, I had to get the house there real quick. And it's still going to be like a marginally slightly faster dock. It's probably not going to be very impactful whatsoever. But note, kind of a side dock versus a back dock. Interesting already. 3 deep fish nearby. There's like, I know, just 1 deep fish nearby for TaToH. Interestingly enough, over here would have been a much better dock location, even though you generally don't want to dock like super forward because there aren't as many deep fish nearby. Nevertheless, everything's cool in the book so far. All right. So, no real tip as to what exactly is going to happen just yet. I mean, again, everything here looks like it's going to be a galley rush. Actually, we don't even have the second bore in yet for Stoneplease. Hold on. Again, galley rushes, traditionally speaking, have you go up on 24 pop. Where the voice went? It's because I totally wasn't on my phone. I promise. All right, second dock coming in. Whoa, wait, hold on. Why are you building the dock on the other side of the frickin' map? No matter what you go for, generally speaking, you want your docks close to each other. And okay, whatever this build is, it's not the current, or it's not like an actual galley. Is this just Fast Castle? Curious. I mean, both players are going to be on 6 fishing ships. This was like unheard of in ye old days. not going to have 3 Dark Age docks, right? But I guess it's just the ability to garrison docks with fishing ships is just really, really neutering a lot of early aggression that otherwise would happen. We shall have to see. I mean, look at this. We're going to get up to 10 fishing ships. What else? I know. It's just... This feels like such uncharted territory for my simple mind. My simple AOC mind. And if you're going to be going for a fast castle, you'd think that Vikings would have a huge edge with just being able to go right into longboats. No, this is the second time we're seeing islands. Because why see islands when we can see Immersion for the 10,000th time? Because it's, you know, aggressive hybrid map city.
Here.
Banished to the YouTube chat? Oh no. Well, 13 fishing ships here for Stoneplease, and he's not going to have any issues getting up to Castle Age. I don't think TaToH will either. Yeah, I mean, so many fishing ships. You're totally fine. No matter where you are attacked, one of the fishing ships will keep working. It's possible. As long as you keep the fishing ships spread out and it's not like you have too many fishing ships per dock. The blasted heath. The empty void of a dead chat. All right, Market Blacksmith coming in. Oh, can you afford fishing lines? I mean, I trust TaToH. But getting it even before double bid axe is interesting. Because, like, after Castle Age, are you really needing to get the fishing ship upgrades as much quickly as possible? Wait, hold up. What are you doing? Stable block? What? And fire is? Huh? I mean, I thought they'd at least be going FC either hulks or war galleys or longboats in the case of Vikings. Huh? Interesting. So it's hulks from Stoneplease. What ship is good versus longboats? Fires, I think, are still the best thing you want. Because they're fast. But fire galleys are still the worst at killing fishing ships, I think. Pretty sure. TaToH still doesn't have a double bid axe, by the way. That's going to be an important one. This is what I was talking about. Like, do you really need to rush up the fishing upgrade when you don't need food as much as you need wood at this situation? My fishing lines and foraging both coming in here for Stoneplease as he's just going for hulks, but no transport ship. So what's the point of all this? And TaToH is going to be up slightly faster, though Stoneplease with a better economy. As those 2 more fishing ships. Only took 1 goat. Maybe this wasn't his plan and he forgot the mill? No, because he was building the barracks before he even got to feudal age. Landing? Yeah, but the thing is, if your opponent isn't going for a landing, then you're just wasting all these resources and you're going to lose water. Right? So, if you're playing like 4v4 or 3v3 team islands, then it's like, okay, then you can be quite comfortable that somebody's probably going to land you. But in this particular case, that's not the, you know, right now you're just kind of not doing a whole lot. That said, we have Bodkin, Bowsaw, and medium warships incoming. Just Bowsaw and medium warships for TaToH, but he is adding in an extra TC very, very quickly. All right.
Here.
Villager here to repair the fire galley. Very nicely done from TaToH. And looks like both are going to switch into the galley line. But there's a ton of space to maneuver and sail around on this map, and Berbers are going to be one of the best civs in the open water. Nice kill there. Gets the first eco unit snipe of the game. Oh, does he see it? Oh, he doesn't see it. University coming in for TaToH? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and TaToH, of course, is one of the most experienced pros we have in all of AoE 2 right now, so, I mean, that would make sense, especially compared to someone like Stoneplease. You can see that Fireship getting repaired all the way back up to full. And Fireships are very good against fishing ships. Gets a snipe there before going down. That's only the first death from TaToH. And there's even siphons coming in, so TaToH's still wanting to invest a fair amount into the fires, because remember, 1.71 move speed even before the clinker construction. Meanwhile, we have iron casting coming in. It's just a lot of blacksmith upgrades you now need. We have a transport coming in as well, but I feel like TaToH just being more decisive this game. A little bit of idling right there, but not really the end of the world, especially with a 7 overall villager lead. And having siphons as well is going to be just a big boost. That said, overall naval numbers are still better here for Stoneplease, who's just kind of making a ton of different warships all at once, which doesn't really feel as good. University Dodd coming in here for Stoneplease as well. And with a little bit of a détente here, going to favor the guy who's got the better eco, which is, of course, in this case, TaToH. Despite being behind in resources, he's going to be getting better over time. And now that Berbers have Shipwright, they're a very competitive late-game civ, although I'm really sad they don't have Incendiaries. It felt cool that Berbers were a civ that had, like, the full late-game dock tech tree, but no. Oh, guys, they're getting constructed. A good naval civ? I mean, they've literally had cavalry and naval civ in their civ designation since they were introduced in African kingdoms. The thing with Berbers is that they don't have a strong early game bonus, so it's a little bit harder to play properly. They also didn't have Shipwright in the late game, but now they do have Shipwright, which is obviously very, very important, as it is giving you both the production speed and the wood discount, and both are essential in the late game. Vikings essentially get the discount for free, but they do not get the production speed advantage. Although longboats inherently produce faster than the regular warship, so it's, you know, it all kind of works out on both sides. The B-Rax is on the way, as obviously you see the scouts running around, but TCs have Bodkin and ballistics, so they're going to get the hits in. That said, over here, the fire ships are starting to go down. Longboats are here to help out. Is this enough, though? Loom is coming in. And it's not enough, as right now, TaToH pushing his way back. He is ahead in the KD still. 69 to 53 vills. Fireship trying to do what it can, but TaToH simply has the superior regular warship numbers. It's 13 to 15. And although longboats are nice, I don't think they're that big of an advantage. Versus no loomed vills. Well, the issue is that TaToH... Well, one, he wasn't attacking right here, and this was, like, the only area that TaToH was reasonably far away from his TC. That's it, a third TC is actually coming in from Stoneplease right now, so in theory, he should be able to catch up. And we got the clinker construction coming in now for TaToH as well. So Stoneplease trying to fight his way back on this one, but now TaToH is getting the resources advantage. Although, again, free handcart is going to be very nice as soon as the farms start to have to come down. Nobody's farming yet, as you're actually fishing a lot more than you would in a regular old-school Islands game. Isn't the Italians or Vikings... Oh, yeah. Overall, I think most people would prefer the civs you mentioned. As well as civs like Koreans. Even Saracens, potentially. Heck, even Byzantines can work now. His fire ships in mid-game are also a lot more viable. But yeah, there's still a good solid water civ, no question about it. And remember that you also have a lot of civ bans here. But yes, Dravidians are better. Also another S-tier water civ. Oh, this is a good fight for Stoneplease. Lycav get a couple villager kills. They're gonna get another one. TaToH needs to be careful with the monk, and he is. Japanese, I am a lot less high on Japanese than I used to be because they don't have the either of the fire ship upgrades. And missing both feels pretty lame. For a civ that used to have fully upgraded fast fire ships. There's now no heavy demo and not even the best fast fire ships. I mean, you do have fully upgraded hulks and fully upgraded galleons. Like, they're still good, but I still would probably put them more in that A-tier islands as opposed to S-tier islands. Especially if the meta is more passive, which it seems to be the case right here. But this is also a great fight here for Stoneplease. TaToH needs to be careful, guys. Still has the Vil lead, still has the resources lead, which is great, but Stoneplease is taking good fights. TaToH back here, 1.88 movement speed is so freaking fast, for especially just in Castle Age. More fire ships are on the way. Gonna have to do more shooting and or scooting, though. Oh yeah, including all the Ponzi maps, the Japanese are very much still S tier. No demos. Remember that demos require their own separate upgrade now and are also much more expensive and also worse. They got triple nerfed. Keeping maybe 2 of those nerfs is probably the best idea. I mean, I don't like how impactful demo ships were, especially in long games on water, but they still should be viable. And yes, Vikings don't have demos in the first place as well. That's true. Berbers do, though. And a movement speed boost for demos is one of the best bonuses you can get for demos, considering that, you know, they just need to get to their target once. That said, both players are fairly similarly far away from Imperial Age. Also, 2 relics in for TaToH. Stoneplease just not doing so yet. He's got a monk on the way, but it's just slower than TaToH. I mean, that's a lot of fires, guys. There's siphons on the way now for Stoneplease. Fire ships on the other side here. That villager getting a little bit burninated. Fishing ships over there have to be careful. It is still 12-6 fishing ships as TaToH's gotten some nice kills over time. But look at this. Siphons is now in, getting that charge attack boost. Honestly, I've enjoyed both games of Islands I've seen so far on the new water. It's also ballistics in for TaToH, remember, which helps out the war galleys a lot. But if the war galleys and longboats are just attacking fire ships that aren't moving very much, then it's less of an impressive engagement. Now we got more reinforcements coming in on both sides. Is Stoneplease going to be a bit too trapped over here, though? Looks like that fire ship's also getting value. And look at this, guys. Stoneplease getting ready to click up to the Imperial Age. He's got 1 relic in right now. He's probably going to grab the other one in just a moment. TaToH, meanwhile, is going to be building the castle at the front. As we're getting a full complement of the navies here from both sides. And of course, Vikings, their fire ships are going to be falling off a cliff in the late game. No fast fire ship, no incendiaries. Still, Berbers are going to need to get shipwright before they feel super good as well. Yes, both get fully upgraded elite cannon galleons. I don't know, guys. This feels like it's still a game that very much hangs in the balance. Stoneplease is probably going to have to switch back into some amount of hulks, because TaToH is going to have a lot of fire ships coming out here. Now, Berbers themselves do miss incendiaries, but other than that, having full upgrades plus the faster movement speed is still very powerful. Nobody taking the center islands yet. Also, no mass Nori yet, SMH. And he's still making fire. He knows that you don't upgrade your fire ships, right? Like, you need to switch into hulks, or pure longboats, or a combination of hulks and longboats, or galleons, or, you know, literally any other ship that you are able to make. Unless he... Like, it's not like Imperial Age gives you anything for your fires. Like, literally nothing. Alright, Imp is in. What are you gonna get? You're getting ballistics. Heavy warships. Please tell me he knows he doesn't get fast fires. Please, please. Stone, please. Population still in a dead heat. 2 relics for each player. Middle Island's completely untapped yet. TaToH doesn't have the resources for shipwright immediately. He's going to have to get some of his other units, but those are some good attacks from TaToH, sinking most of the rest of the fishing fleet. In fact, all the rest of the fishing fleet. Carvel Hull immediately on the way as well. Oh, guys, he thinks he gets fast fires. He doesn't get fast fires. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, now TaToH switching into the war guys. I mean, doesn't Stoneplease want to go longboats or something? Bridehawk now coming in here from TaToH. Look at this, 2.06 right now on the fire ships. This is ridiculous, man. They've got the zoomies, and TaToH's still fishing. I think we could just be running into another situation where TaToH is just the more experienced player who's going to be better at identifying his wind conditions, as the fast fire ships are going to be doing very, very, very well here. Drydock's going to be nice getting that extra Pierce armor. Carracks are on the way, as is Blast Furnace, but you needed this switch yesterday, man. But the thing is, TaToH is already going to have a bunch of galleons here as support. Is the thing. TaToH also has secured 2 extra relics, so he has 4 in total. And he can close in on shipwright here very, very shortly. Yes, and the production is very spread out, unlike TaToH's, which is all right next to each other for the most part. I think TaToH should probably win this fight very decisively, he said, with surprising lack of confidence. Not as bad as I thought, honestly. Especially since the longboats themselves aren't elite. But there it is. There's shipwright coming in. Castle in the middle as well for TaToH. Oh, this might be the kicker. It might be the clinker. Both monks there are going to secure the extra relics on top of it. Clinker, I hardly knew her. No cannon galleons yet for either player. Yeah, this still feels all very good for TaToH as a nice KD at the moment. Although, I guess maybe those other 2 relics are coming in for a 4-4 relic total. Heated Shot is on the way for TaToH too. Berbers have everything for their towers except for Keep and Architecture. It's not like their, university is that insane, but it's fairly good still. No clink shaming. All right. Still no cannon galleons as of yet, but this is an interesting one, guys. I still feel like TaToH is setting himself up better to go into, like, the full-blown post-imp. Also, neither player has heavy plow, which is disgusting. Come on, both these civs have crop rotation for a reason. All right, Stoneplease needs a castle, and he needs it yesterday. Fire ships for TaToH. He's getting a blast furnace as well, I'm sure, to help out in case he needs his own hulks. But is this going to be enough, guys? The galleons aren't really all together, but there's the hulks stacked on top of each other for siphons. Is this going to be enough, guys? TaToH has a bit of a numbers lead. Carvel Hull is on its way, but the hulks are all stacking up on top of each other. That said, hulks are still really good against fires. That castle's going in, no problem. Tricky situation. I guess TaToH is probably fine, and he has the production speed advantage, like I said, via shipwright. Castle is in there. Still no masonry yet. Disgusting. And now, of course, the galleon dancing, because, of course, why not? Heated shot coming in for blue, but you're going to need to find a way to deal with all this galleon blob without having fast fire ships. Hulk galleon, I tend to agree. Because the fire ships are much tankier than the hulks are against galleon fire. Also, the ship stacking up is really good for incendiaries. Or, well, I guess it's good for incendiaries and siphons. Castle does help out, though. You have to be careful there about TaToH immediately bringing the cannon galleons into a good position. Reinforcements coming in for TaToH, and I feel like he's just taking better and better and better fights. Plus 30 in the KD. Really fun game, though. Fire ships doing their thing. Castle is getting repaired for now, but you're still not doing anything about it, because you can't. It's not like Stoneplease doesn't want to, he just can't right now. What's the wood sitch looking like? 14k left. Not all that much. And again, neither player got heavy plow for the extra efficiency. Castle already taken 7,000, now 8,000 damage, and it just looks like it is way too good of a navy here for TaToH, who's continuing to press forward. He's going to be getting more and more cannon galleons. That castle will simply not be able to stay up forever, and it's so much stone that's been burnt as well. Somehow burning stone. Like, that's impressive, man. Oh boy, 46 minutes here. I mean, yeah, you've been mining a ton of stone as blue, but you're going to run out real frickin' soon. And just having that complete naval tech tree is really nice for Berbers here. More dancing here, this time from Stoneplease, and he is able to repair the castle in the meantime. But TaToH's reinforcements coming in so fast, again, with the power of the Berbers and the fact that they have access to shipwright. Yeah, I mean, TaToH, again, is just taking efficient fights, fundamentally. And I wonder if it's still better to go longboats here. Because longboats are better against the fires. At least I think they are. Yes, the ships are very fast now. I mean, especially the Berber ships, right? Anyway, more vills being brought forward. I doubt there's any wood left here on this island. There is indeed not. Okay, except right here at the front. Stone's going to be running low soon. TaToH, for his part, basically going to be out as well. And is the extra efficiency you have as Vikings this entire game going to be enough to make up for the fact that TaToH, as a player, has been able to take the better engagements? I don't think so. Especially since TaToH can sell stone, which is exactly what he's doing. 17,000 damage taken by that castle. Most of that's been needed for repair work, and now you're even losing the villagers here that are trying to drop off wood. That castle falls. This castle is going to be under heavy threat here. Cannon galleons, there are 6 of which. That baby's going down. Oh, even the cannon galleons get some good shots in here. 12 kills on him, actually. Dealing some nice blast damage. And this might just be it here, as TaToH does have his, like, entire eco idle at this point. But what can you do? All those vills are going to go down. TaToH's vills are going to be working over here. And Stoneplease just can't replace his fleet. He's out of wood. TaToH's been also able to use the market much more effectively, because, again, he could sell his stone. I think this should be it. I'm, like, kind of confident this should be it. 17 kills on the cannon galleons, by the way. Fun game, though. And shows that Vikings are not all powerful on the water, for sure. Good play, able to use the Navy and TaToH. 3 in a row. Great final game, though. Stoneplease, again, played very well, considering that TaToH has a 90% chance to win every game, according to the stats or whatever. 2,000 more gold collected, and a little bit more wood, and of course, that equals more ships, and TaToH just took the good fights. Fun stuff. I don't think that's where TaToH gets his name from. Anyway, guys, that was a lot of really fun sets today. Thank you so much to everyone who's been tuning me. It's been a really good day. That's it for the round of 32. So I'll show you guys the round of 16 real quick. And then maybe that starts tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see later on. We'll have Hera Doubt, Sora Vinch, Viper Sato, TaToH Lucho. Oh, Lucho beat MBL. Interesting. Leary Mihai, Running Sebastian, Yo Andy, and Hart Nikov. Should be fun stuff. But thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. Like I said, it was a lot of fun. Alright, go ahead and raid T90. Just talking to him after all. See you guys.